Committee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on the Censorship-Industrial Complex. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We appreciate everyone being here today for this important hearing. We'll start with opening statements. Chairs recognize what a difference a few years make. 4 years ago, President Trump was banned from all platforms, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Today, he has his own platform. He's back on all the others. And of course, he's President of the United States. 4 years ago, Democrat members of Congress sent a letter to telecommunication companies pressuring them to kick Fox and Newsmax off of a cable network. Today, both are still on. Both are doing fine. Fox has more viewers than MSNBC and CNN combined. 4 years ago, the White House was actively pressuring big tech to censor Americans. You don't have to take my word for it. Mark Zuckerberg wrote the committee a letter, told us it was going on. He said, the Biden administration pressured us to censor. We did it. We're sorry. We ain't going to do it anymore. Today, they've changed their policies, got rid of the independent fact checkers, and actually embraced the First Amendment. Imagine that. And maybe the best example of what they were doing happened on the third day of the administration. Example we've highlighted many times in this committee in the last Congress. Third day of the Biden administration, there was an email sent from Clark Humphrey to Twitter. Email said, wanted to flag the below tweet, and we hope you can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP. Take down this tweet as soon as possible. And who was the tweet by? Who did the tweet? The guy who's going to be named Secretary of Health and Human Services here sometime this week, Robert F. Kennedy, who just happened to be the guy who was going to run against the very people trying to take down the tweet. What did the tweet say? Hank Aaron's tragic death is part of a wave of suspicious death among elderly closely following administration of the vaccine. He received the vaccine on January 5th to inspire other Black Americans to get the vaccine. There is not one thing in that two-sentence tweet that's not true. Absolutely true. But the Biden administration was pressuring to take it down. That's when the term, actually it's Mr. Schellenberg's term, the Censorship-Industrial Complex, that's what it is right there, front and center, and it's much broader than that. By the way, the guy who authored this tweet, who's going to be voted by the United States Senate to be the next Secretary of Health and Human Services, we had him as a witness in front of this committee 2 years ago. And when RFK Jr. came in to testify, Democrats made a motion to go to executive session. Executive session, kick everyone out, so that no one could hear what RFK Jr. was going to testify to in a hearing on censorship. You can't make this stuff up. 2 years ago, we learned that 51 former Intel officials lied to the country when they said the Hunter Biden laptop story had all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. Today, all 51 of those people have lost their security clearance. A few years ago, GARM, the misnamed Global Alliance for Responsible Media, was coordinating an effort with major advertisers to limit ads on conservative platforms and websites. Today, GARM is out of business. Climate Action 100 a few years ago coordinated an effort of financial institutions to pressure companies to reduce oil and gas emissions and production. Today, Climate Action 100 out of business. A few years ago, the Stanford Internet Observatory was working. Today, they're out of business. NZAM was doing the same thing a few years ago. Today, they've stopped operation. What a difference a few years can make. And so much of this change started in October of 2022 when Elon Musk purchased Twitter. I think he said something like, I didn't spend $44 billion to buy Twitter. I spent $44 billion to save the First Amendment. And of course, that effort began with the Twitter files. And two of the Twitter files authors are with us today as witnesses. Matt Taibbi wrote the very first Twitter file, and I think 11 or 12 others. over the time that all that information was coming out. Mr. Schellenberger was also an author, and as I said earlier, he's the guy who coined the term the Censorship-Industrial Complex. Big government working with big universities, working with other government agencies, the White House working in all this, pressuring big tech to censor Americans' speech. Both Democrats, both award-winning journalists, both Democrats at the time when they testified last Congress, both award-winning journalists, both testified multiple times in front of this committee last Congress. And what was their reward for coming forward and defending the First Amendment? They were attacked. They were referred to in this committee as so-called journalists, even though they won all kinds of awards and are best-selling authors. They were asked to disclose their sources in a hearing by Democrats in front of this committee. And they were named personally in a letter by the FTC chair, Lena Khan, when Ms. Khan asked Elon Musk, who were the journalists you were talking to? And of course, maybe most importantly, we all remember that at the very moment Mr. Taibbi was testifying in front of this committee, the IRS was knocking on his door. Just one big coincidence. Very time he's talking to this committee, testifying in front of this committee, the IRS was knocking on his door. Ms. Subramanya was targeted for covering the trucker blockade in Canada. She also testified last year in front of this committee, and she warned us. She was ahead of her time. She warned us about what was coming in Europe and around the world with the censorship efforts we're seeing in other Western nations. One of the things she said when she testified almost 2 years ago, she said, what is under threat is a core value of Western civilization. Never forget that. Powerful statement, and that's what's at stake here. So I appreciate the work you've all done, what we've been able to uncover. Appreciate the work of the president and Mr. Musk and what he's started with the Twitter files, and then what we were able to do with all these other platforms, and the dramatic change we have seen. But I am nervous about what's happening in Europe because it's the Digital Services Act they are using to pressure tech companies to censor globally, which impacts Americans as well. And this is something the committee is going to look into as we move forward. But I want to thank you all for being here today. And with that, I would recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all of our witnesses today. The wrecking ball of right-wing authoritarianism is swinging right through Congress and coming directly at the freedoms of the press and the people right now. The self-appointed CEO of this operation is the unelected bureaucrat and aspiring techno-dictator Elon Musk, who Steve Bannon calls a truly evil individual, trying to create a techno-state in which he's king and most of us are reduced to the status of serfs. Break things and break things fast, Steve Bannon says, is Musk's MO. De facto President Musk and his nocturnal Doge Muscovite Youth Brigade have now taken control of dozens of federal computer databases in order to dismantle entire federal agencies and programs that we in Congress created and funded with appropriations to keep our people safe and secure and healthy. Just this week, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that lowered overdraft fees from $38 to $5 and cut credit card late fees from an average of $32 to $8 for American consumers, saving us billions of dollars, an agency that has actually stopped corporate ripoff artists from stealing $21 billion from us, got a stop work order from Elon Musk. The billionaire plutocrats want to dismantle the EPA, which protects our air and water, and the NIH, which promotes life-saving scientific and medical research. Yesterday, Donald Trump banned the Associated Press, a 179-year-old newspaper organization, from the White House because it declines to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. This is straight-up press censorship based on retaliatory viewpoint discrimination. Trump's DOD kicked out 8 news groups that had space in the Pentagon, but which asked skeptical questions of the new secretary, including the New York Times, NBC News, and the Washington Post, all ousted in favor of outlets willing to faithfully advance the party line of the state, like Breitbart and One American News Network. Mr. Chairman, I despair sometimes when I reflect how far this war on representative democracy and the rights of the press and the people has already gone and how far it might go. But then, Mr. Chairman, I confess I think about you. I think about you because you and I, a MAGA Republican, a conservative Republican, and a liberal Democrat, have always shared a common commitment to the First Amendment. This gives me hope. As you've put it, quote, the First Amendment is first for a reason. Without it, we cannot enjoy our other liberties. So I tell myself that if things got really bad here, if we began to look more like Orban's illiberal democracy in Hungary, or Putin's Russia, where journalists end up in prison for their writings, and young people are jailed for expressing anti-war sentiments, and opposition leaders like Alexei Navalny are poisoned and die mysteriously in jail, or Kim Jong-un's North Korea, or Xi's China, authoritarian dictatorships where all must worship the orders of the dear deified leader, I will call upon you as a colleague, Chairman Jordan, whom I have known to work seriously across the aisle sometimes, to come defend political freedom in America. These are dark times, but in the past we've agreed strongly on the fundamental importance of free speech, free press, the right to assemble, the right to petition for redress of grievances, free exercise of religion, and no establishment of a state religion. I'm proud that you and I worked together to move the Press Act, which passed this committee unanimously and the House by voice vote last Congress, to protect reporters against compulsory disclosure of their sources and their notes. And you supported my resolution against blasphemy laws around the world used to torment Christians, Hindus, Muslims, and free thinkers everywhere. We have clashed vigorously, and we no doubt will continue to do so through this very difficult period. But forgive me if I quote Abraham Lincoln, the great founder of your party, who said, "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break the bonds of affection." I hope we can call on these bonds if Elon Musk or anyone else in the executive branch seeks to destroy our constitutional freedoms and the powers of Congress. Although this hearing has been arranged to belabor a rather tiresome point that has been made ad nauseum for the last several years, it actually gestures at an important issue, specifically whether social media platforms like Meta and X should be treated as common carriers and pushed to be open to all speakers and all content, regardless of how dangerous or extreme or false it may be, or whether they should be seen as private speakers who have their own freedom to exclude any content that violates their own policies, the way that newspapers and TV stations do. It's a fascinating problem, but it's clear as a matter of law that there are private entities, that these are private entities and speakers who control their own speech, despite the fact that they are protected by Section 230, which immunizes them from liability for other people's defamation and fraud and other criminal and tortious communications posted on their platforms. The status of 230 is something we've discussed that we should seriously examine in a thoughtful way. Since the internet has clearly gotten off the ground and doesn't need this kind of subsidy anymore. But what I insist upon is that we be consistent in our treatment of the tech giants. You pushed them hard, Mr. Chairman, to remove objective fact-checking and to let all of the extreme right-wing forces get back on the internet. You pushed for an absolute and wide-open market in speech. But then you should push them equally hard not to censor dissenting viewpoints, whether they come from the anti-immigration wing of the MAGA movement, like Steve Bannon or Laura Loomer, who says she has been shadow banned on X by Elon Musk, or from the populist left, as when Musk purged his platform of journalists critical of him and other accounts critical of him back in 2022. Even one of your own witnesses today, Mr. Taibbi, was privately censored or de-amplified by Elon Musk, and I assume must walk on eggshells now in order not to get kicked off of that platform. But I'll be interested to hear what he says about it. If you use our congressional bully pulpit to stand up for the rights of extreme right-wing speakers, on these private platforms, you should stand up for the rights of anti-Musk speakers to be on that platform too. But right now, the issue is this. We face a profound First Amendment crisis in the actions taken by this administration. One of my constituents who's serving in the armed forces, Mr. Chairman, alerted me this past Friday to book bans by the government at their kids' Department of Defense school, where they're closing the library for a week to complete a purge of books that appear to offend the new government orthodoxy against DEI and gender ideology. That's fine if you hate those ideologies, whatever you think they are, but this is naked content and viewpoint censorship of books. I hope you would join me in denouncing the purge of books, the stripping of books from the Department of Defense libraries or any other public libraries in America or for American citizens. When this father saw a school official removing not just books, but posters of Susan B. Anthony and Dr. King, my constituent asked why they left up the poster of Leonardo da Vinci, and he was told that's a real historical figure. More sweepingly, Trump and his FCC are using their powers to investigate, sue, and threaten news groups that dare to criticize the administration. Trump is suing CBS for $20 billion in damages because, check this out, he believes an interview with Kamala Harris produced too favorable an impression of her. So that means that I could sue Fox News because I think their interviews with Trump produce too favorable an impression of him. I mean, this is lunacy. And now, exploiting his asserted unitary executive powers, Trump is unleashing his sycophant FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, on every news group whose stories he doesn't approve of, actually threatening to pull the government broadcast licenses for ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS, and NPR. Nothing of a hostile nature, of course, has taken place against Fox News, which is now the de facto state-approved media, enjoys immunity from the repression visited on its liberal competitors. What is this, North Korea? It reminds me of the treatment of Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former private lawyer, who worked for Trump for more than a decade and became deputy finance chairman of the RNC. He went to jail for Donald Trump for, among other things, lying to Congress and making unlawful corporate contributions in the Stormy Daniels cover-up affair. When Cohen was released from prison during COVID to home arrest and probation with an ankle bracelet, he was abruptly rearrested and taken back to prison when he refused to sign a statement saying he would not speak to the media or publish a book about Donald Trump. Everybody's got to hear this. He was thrown into solitary confinement where he remained until a United States District Court judge found this to be a clear First Amendment violation and an outrage and freed him immediately. What is this? Castro's Cuba? Putin's Russia? The free speech violations taking place now against Department of Justice prosecutors and FBI agents are equally astounding. The First Amendment forbids reprisal and punishment against professional government employees for political reasons. Yet Trump has fired and demoted dozens of federal prosecutors, many of whom he had appointed during his first administration simply for doing their jobs, including prosecuting January 6 violators. Trump's subordinates also asked for a roundup of information about more than 6,000 hardworking FBI agents who were assigned to work the January 6 probe, a dangerous, blatantly unconstitutional order which was enjoined by a U.S. District Court in a case brought by the Association of FBI Agents. The administration is attempting to do its work. I'm about to finish up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I see a lot of pages there. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I'm going to speak fast like you. Watch me do it, all right? Look, this is happening in secret. They're keeping the press, the Congress, and people in the dark. I know you feel strongly about government transparency, as you do about free speech. The administration's illegally fired 17 inspectors general, totally violating the statute which says they've got to come to Congress first 30 days before they fire them and set forth the specific explanation for why that's happening. Now, finally, you and I are both fierce advocates for the First Amendment and government transparency. Both of us see in the First Amendment a right that protects everybody without regard to viewpoint, substance, or politics of the message. And if we stand up strong for the First Amendment, if we defend not just the speech we agree with, which is easy, But the speech we oppose, which is hard, then we will be constitutional patriots and we will protect a truly free society. When we together introduced our Free Flow of Information Act, you said all rights protected in the First Amendment need to be defended. We had real success. Let's work together again to end the attacks on news organizations, to demand transparency from the administration, and to allow every American to exercise his or her free speech without being intimidated, harassed, or prosecuted. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection, all of their opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Matt Taibbi is a journalist, author, and founder of Racket News. He reported on the original Twitter files in 2022, showing the federal government's pervasive involvement in the company's content moderation decisions. He is author and journalist who has earned the National Magazine Award for Commentary in 2008, the Izzy Award for Outstanding Independent Journalism in 2020, and he has authored 10 books, 4 of which were New York Times bestsellers. Mr. Taibbi testified twice last Congress before the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. We're glad to have you back. Mr. Michael Schellenberger also reported on the original Twitter files in 2022. More recently, he released the Twitter Files Brazil, which highlighted the Brazilian government's attempt to censor dissenting opinions on X. Mr. Schellenberger is the founder and president of Environmental Progress, an independent nonprofit research organization based in Berkeley, California, the best-selling author of San Francisco and Apocalypse Never, and was named a Time Magazine Hero of the Environment, and is a Green Book Award winner. Last Congress, he testified twice before our committee and before the House Foreign Affairs Committee on the Brazilian government's censorship efforts. Ms. Rupa Subramanya is a Canadian journalist for the Free Press, who has written extensively about foreign censorship laws. Her testimony before the Select Subcommittee in November 2023 warned of the coming censorship legislation in Canada, Brazil, Ireland, France, and the EU. She has reported on the weaponization of foreign hate speech laws to target voices that dissent from liberal orthodoxy. Free Press founder Barry Weiss wrote that, quote, "If there's one theme that runs through Rupa's work, it is this: the urgent threat to our liberties by the combined power of government and big tech." And finally, Mr. Craig Aaron is the president and co-CEO of Free Press, not to be confused with the Free Press. Free Press Action, a nonprofit organization that advocates on media and technology policy. Prior to joining Free Press in 2004, he worked as an investigative reporter at Public Citizen and was the managing editor of In These Times, a bi-weekly political magazine. We welcome all our witnesses, thank them for appearing. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. You can be seated. Thank you. And again, thank you all for being here today. We really do appreciate the work you've done over so many years and now coming back in some cases for your third time in front of the committee. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. We will start with Ms. Subramanya.
Thank you. What if I were to ask you, what are the most repressive governments around the world when it comes to freedom? Who suppresses freedom of speech and enterprise the most? You'd surely say North Korea, Iran, Russia. But what if I told you Germany should be on that list, or for that matter, France? Or Canada, where I'm from, should be on that list too. I'm not saying these countries are the same as the fear-based authoritarian societies of North Korea and Iran, not by a long shot. But I am suggesting that some of the free countries are not, in fact, living up to their promises of liberty, and that many allies of the US have gotten in the habit of using the government against political enemies or disfavored companies. In Scotland, hate crime legislation adopted last year criminalizes anything that stirs up hatred against an array of protected groups, including the disabled, the old, the LGBT community, and others. In Australia, the government started enacting hate crime laws just last week that impose jail sentences on those who display hateful symbols like swastikas. In Germany, authorities have ramped up their policing of online hate speech by arresting people who've made offensive posts and seizing their laptops and other devices. Last year, the German government banned a far-right magazine for anti-human hate speech and agitation and shut down a protest because the protesters were Irish and speaking Gaelic rather than English or German. In the UK, the police have taken to arresting people who post videos on social media accounts deemed offensive. They've been sent to jail for weeks and months at a time. As my colleague Maddie Kearns reported for the Free Press, British people have been arrested and convicted for antisocial behavior, such as praying silently near abortion clinics. The Orwellian Big Brother punishing you for expressing an impolitic thought is now the law of the land in the land of Orwell. In the European Union, the Digital Services Act bars the dissemination of any content deemed harmful or illegal, but doesn't provide much clarity about what that is. Right now, EU officials are going after Elon Musk, threatening his platform X with fines because he endorsed the AfD party in Germany. But make no mistake, a precedent is being set. In the future, other people with unpopular politics and agendas will be targeted. Back in Canada, Liberal Party leaders, including the lame duck Justin Trudeau, have come up with tons of terrible ideas that would regulate what you can say or do. As I reported for the Free Press, they want to push the limits of censorship. One proposal would fine you for saying good things about fossil fuels. Another proposal, arresting people for hate crimes that have yet to be committed. The ongoing political turmoil in Canada is the only reason these things have not yet happened. But understand this, there's nothing stopping the next Liberal government from moving forward and making these proposals the law. You may be thinking, well, that's a shame for the Australians or Canadians or Brits or whoever, but we're not them. This is the United States, and we have a long storied tradition of protecting First Amendment rights. American courts have ruled time and again on the side of the protesters, the flag burners, the neo-Nazis, the assumption being that if the most offensive speech is protected, then all speech is protected. Until recently, as you're no doubt aware, it was the left in America that felt most passionately about defending those rights. Historically, the people who stood up for unpopular opinions were ACLU lawyers and academics. It was people on the right who were less enthusiastic about the full-throated exchange of ideas. Whatever the case, I'm a great admirer of Americans' affinity for free expression, and I cannot stress enough how unique this conversation is, the one that we're having right now. In no other country that I'm aware of do people argue with such passion for our right to say or protest or believe whatever we want. But I am worried because we live in an illiberal moment. This moment has been building for many years, and there's many forces behind, social, political, and economic. For one thing, the left has lost its passion for the First Amendment. Now, it's true that there are plenty of conservatives who would prefer that school libraries not include books about gender fluidity or critical race theory. There are others who've gone so far as to ban authors like Toni Morrison or Margaret Atwood. All that is wrong, but I'm less concerned about this trend than I am about the censorship that has happened under Joe Biden, in partnership with Washington and much of corporate America, including banks and social media companies. This partnership affects far more people than a relatively small number of school boards canceling Ibrahim Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist. And it's harder to detect. When a school board removes a book from its shelves, there's usually a meeting and a public airing of opinions. But when Meta or the Bank of America decide that one of their users or account holders has voiced the wrong opinion, they can take action that the vast majority of us will never know about. They can suppress an algorithm, remove a book from the digital shelf, suspend a checking account, which raises a very frightening prospect. We do not even know that our freedom is being taken away. In case you think I'm overstating things, consider the relatively recent phenomena of debanking, which I've reported on for the Free Press, where big banks have quietly ended their relationship with customers who have unpopular opinions. Banks have targeted people on both sides of the aisle, from President Trump's most fervent supporters to Muslim Americans, among others. What's concerning isn't so much who has been wrong, but the creeping illiberal tide that has swept America over the last several years. But the number of tech CEOs who attended President Trump's inauguration gives me hope. I'm told this signals the dawn of a new era in America, a return to first principles. Many of you may have misgivings about so many billionaires steering national policy, and for good reason. But if the billionaires coming around to President Trump means they're coming back to their Silicon Valley roots and their belief in an unfettered marketplace of ideas, if this means that the shadow bannings and mysterious manipulations on social media will stop, if this means that we can speak more freely now, then, well, that is a great thing. And that is the most important thing, because, as you know, all freedom stems from this freedom. I'll leave you with this thought. The city on a hill that is America, with its abiding faith in people's right to speak freely and think freely, is as important today as it has ever been, maybe more. At a time when we're told over and over that we're suffering through late-stage capitalism or that Western liberal values are wrong-headed, I want to emphasize that there's nothing wrong-headed about standing up for the liberties that you, the Americans, have so valiantly defended for so long. Liberties that other peoples and governments are too cowardly to stand up for. In some places, this commitment to liberty ebbs and flows. It has more to do with prevailing opinion or what's trending. The great wisdom of America has been always to rise above this, to ignore whatever was in or out of fashion, and to commit with unwavering fervor to your first principles, principles that must be defended now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you recognize I let Ms. Subramanya go a little long, but I hope you'll stay a little closer to 5. That was the makeup for Mr. Raskin's statement, I think. Go right ahead.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting my testimony. Nearly 2 years ago, I testified and provided evidence to a subcommittee of this committee about the existence of a censorship-industrial complex, a network of government agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, government contractors, including the Stanford Internet Observatory, and big tech social media platforms that conspired to censor ordinary Americans and elected officials alike for holding disfavored views. Today, the censorship-industrial complex is on the defensive. On January 20th, 2025, just hours after his inauguration, President Donald Trump signed an executive order on restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. 1 week earlier, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced, "We're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platform." Zuckerberg announced that he and Meta would follow the lead of Elon Musk at X and create crowdsourced fact-checking known as community notes to replace much of the fact-checking the company had outsourced to others. And thanks in large measure to the work of this committee's subcommittee on the weaponization of government last year, as well as to the investigative reporting by those of us here today, we were able to shine sunlight on some of the worst actors in the censorship-industrial complex, such as the Stanford Internet Observatory, which I singled out in my testimony 2 years ago. In June of last year, the observatory shut down in response to our collective exposés. Unfortunately, the censorship-industrial complex remains almost entirely intact. In Europe, Australia, Britain, Brazil, and other nations in the West continue to seek new forms of censorship and information control, including digital identification tied to social media. My colleagues and I are over 2 years into our research characterizing the censorship-industrial complex, and we continue to discover whole new institutions involved in censorship. The latest is the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. Last October, we published a report that noted that USAID had funded the creation of a censorship-industrial complex in Brazil, complete with third-party fact-checkers, committees of experts in charge of deciding for the entire society what the truth is on any given issue. And after I published the Twitter Files Brazil last spring, the Attorney General of Brazil opened a formal criminal investigation of me, which is still ongoing. In 2021, USAID even published a so-called disinformation primer that called for advertiser outreach to disrupt the funding and financial incentive to disinform. Such advertiser outreach was precisely the advertiser boycott strategy used by groups with ties to the U.S. intelligence community. Those groups with uncritical support and amplification from the news media were able to use the strategy to successfully get Facebook and Twitter to censor more content. And the European Commission appears intent upon using its powers granted to it through the Digital Services Act to demand that X, Facebook, and other platforms censor speech. The Commission last year threatened to fine X up to 6% of its annual global revenue for failing to crack down on so-called false information and not handing over its data to small committees of experts chosen by the Commission to decide what is true and false. To be sure, the momentum is with us, the free speech advocates. We've won a number of important battles over the last 2 years. But it's also clear that many governing and media elites worldwide view expanding censorship of online platforms as a must-have, not a nice-to-have feature of global governance. The head of NATO, NATO-backed think tanks, the European Commission, former President Barack Obama, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, influential think tanks at Harvard and Stanford, elements of the DoD, the CIA, the FBI, the National Science Foundation, the Department of Homeland Security, and many others have all called for government censorship of so-called misinformation in recent years. And it's not just censorship that's the problem. The problem is that deep state agencies within the U.S. government have for 2 decades sought to gain control over the production of news and other information around the world as part of ongoing covert and overt influence operations, and that after 2016, multiple actors and several deep state U.S. government agencies turned to the tools of counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, and counterpopulism against the American people. I strongly urge Congress to defund the censorship-industrial complex and seek a proper accounting of the various efforts to fund it, including secretly through pass-through organizations and shell organizations like the ones employed by USAID to fund groups like OCCCRP and hide U.S. government funding and control. I further urge Congress to seek other ways to reduce the exposure of American social media users and companies to the threat of censorship from Europe, Britain, Brazil, and other nations. We should respect national sovereignty, but Vice President Vance makes a good point when he asks why Americans should be spending our wealth and putting our lives on the line for Western European NATO members who are actively demanding censorship by American companies of our speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Tybee, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hit your microphone. Hit your microphone there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it on? 2 years ago, when Michael and I first testified before your Weaponization of Government Subcommittee, Democratic members called us so-called journalists, suggested we were bought-off scribes, and questioned our ethics and our loyalties. When we tried to answer, we were told to shut up, take off our tinfoil hats, and remember two things. One, there is no digital censorship, and two, if there is digital censorship, it's for our own good. I was shocked. I thought the whole thing had to be a mistake. There was no way the party that I gave votes to my whole life was now pro-censorship. Then last year, I listened to John Kerry, whom I voted for, talk to the World Economic Forum. Speaking about disinformation, he said, quote, "Our First Amendment stands as a major block to our ability to, quote, hammer it out of existence." He complained that it's really hard to govern because people self-select where they go for their news, which makes it, quote, much harder to build consensus. Now, I defended John Kerry when people said he looks French, but Marie Antoinette would have been embarrassed by this speech. He was essentially complaining that the peasants are self-selecting their own sources of media. What's next, letting them make up their own minds? Lastly, building consensus may be a politician's job, but it's not mine as a citizen or as a journalist. In fact, making it hard to govern is exactly the media's job. The failure to understand this is why we have a censorship problem. This is an Alamo moment for the First Amendment. Most of America's closest allies, as both Rupa and Michael have pointed out, have already adopted draconian speech laws. We are surrounded. The EU's new Digital Services Act is the most comprehensive censorship law ever instituted in a Western democratic society. Ranking Member Raskin, you don't have to go as far as Russia or China to find people jailed for speech. Our allies in England now have an online safety act which empowers the government to jail people for nebulous offenses like false communication or causing psychological harm. Germany, France, Australia, Canada, and other nations have implemented similar ideas. These laws are totally incompatible with our system. Some of our own citizens have been harassed or even arrested in some of these countries, but our government has not stood up for them. Why? Because many of our bureaucrats believe in these laws. Take USAID. Many Americans are now in an uproar because they learned about over $400 million going to an organization called Internews, whose chief, Jeannie Bourgeau, boasted to Congress about training hundreds of thousands of people in journalism, but her views are almost identical to Kerry's. She gave a talk once about building trust and combating misinformation in India during the pandemic. She said that after months of a really beautifully unified COVID-19 message, vaccine enthusiasm rose to 87%. But when, quote, mixed information on vaccine efficacy got out, hesitancy ensued. We're paying this person to train journalists, and she doesn't know that the press does not exist to promote unity or political goals like vaccine enthusiasm. That's propaganda, not journalism. Bourgeau also once said that to fight bad content, we need to work really hard on exclusion lists or inclusion lists, and, quote, really need to focus our ad dollars toward what she called the good news. Again, if you don't know, the fastest way to erode trust in media is by having government sponsor exclusion lists. You shouldn't be getting $1 in taxpayer money, let alone 476 million of it. And USAID is just a tiny piece of the censorship machine Michael and I saw across that long list of agencies. Collectively, they've bought up every part of the news production line: sources, think tanks, research, fact-checking, anti-disinformation, commercial media scoring, and when all else fails, straight-up censorship. It is a giant closed messaging loop whose purpose is to transform the free press into exactly that consensus machine. There is no way to remove this rot surgically. The whole mechanism has to go. Is there right-wing misinformation? Hell yes. It exists in every direction. But I grew up a Democrat and don't remember being afraid of it. At the time, we figured we didn't need censorship because we thought we had the better argument. Obviously, many of you lack the same confidence. You took billions of dollars from taxpayers and you blew it on programs whose entire purpose was to tell them they're wrong about things they can see with their own eyes. You sold us out. And until these rather tiresome questions are answered, this problem is not fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taibbi. Mr. Aaron, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. To my understanding, this hearing is motivated by concerns over free speech, censorship, government interference with private companies, and the influence of billionaires who control our media system. And I share these concerns. I worry about government censorship, which is what the First Amendment protects us against. I worry about collusion between government officials and powerful tech executives. I worry about algorithmic discrimination used to push partisan agendas or spread hate. I worry about independent journalists and whistleblowers being attacked, harassed, doxxed, or muzzled for asking hard questions or simply reporting facts. And I think we should all be worried right now because we are facing a true free speech emergency. Elon Musk, the owner of X and one of the richest men in the world, is now embedded inside the federal government, unelected and apparently unaccountable to anyone. He's a special government employee with all the privileges of a high-ranking official, but no regard for transparency or the laws of this Congress. Musk also has shocking conflicts of interest and a giant social media megaphone that he uses to threaten and retaliate against his critics. With his power to distort narratives and spread falsehoods, he's fueling a constitutional crisis. Inside the government, Musk is attempting to tear down vital institutions, sabotage essential programs, carry out personal vendettas, and terrify civil servants. He sent a gang of hackers to breach core government systems, giving him unfettered and unprecedented access to our most sensitive information. Yet members of this committee tasked with oversight have been blocked from even entering federal government buildings to investigate. Journalists trying to tell the public about the so-called Department of Government Efficiency are being harassed at Musk's instigation or threatened with prosecution by the U.S. Attorney. These government employees are actively trying to suppress speech about government activities. This is a free speech emergency, and it's not the only one. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, wants to revoke broadcast licenses because he doesn't like the viewpoints he sees on TV. That's censorship. The FCC has also threatened news organizations over editorial decision-making, reporting on law enforcement, and basic fact-checking. The FCC is now threatening to block a merger sought by CBS at the same time that President Trump is suing the company for $20 billion because he didn't like how 60 Minutes edited an interview with the former vice president. Big media and tech companies, Disney, ABC, Meta, maybe now CBS, are paying tens of millions of dollars to settle specious lawsuits. They appear to be paying off the president to shield themselves from reprisal or to gain regulatory favors. Social media companies, too, are making drastic changes to content in response to the new administration. Meta, for example, went from promising to step away from politics to actively pushing the president's agenda after Mr. Trump threatened Mark Zuckerberg with life in prison. If you were concerned about low-level officials sending emails to social media staffers 5 years ago, then you should actually be worried when all the billionaire owners of these companies line up on the dais at the president's inauguration, clutching million-dollar checks to show their loyalty. The Trump administration is using the power of the government to shake down the media and quash dissent. This country was founded on the premise that our public sphere and our free press should be protected against government manipulation or retribution, including from the president or from special government employees. I'm a former journalist. I'm sitting here on a panel with journalists, and I may not agree with them, but I will defend their right to speak and write without fear of intimidation and harassment by government officials, without fear of unlawful government surveillance for simply speaking to their sources, without fear of unconstitutional retaliation. I hope we can agree on that. I hope we can set aside our differences and speak out against true government censorship, no matter who is in power. Free speech is not reserved for certain viewpoints. Free speech isn't meant to just protect the rich and powerful. Free speech isn't just for billionaires. The First Amendment protects everyone's freedom and free expression, and we must defend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. We'll now move to 5-minute questions, under the 5-minute rule, I should say, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Aaron went on for 5 minutes, and the feel and the fact was he said multiple times that if you're a billionaire, you're not qualified to do what has made you a billionaire. If you're a billionaire, you're corrupt. Now, he was particularly assaulting Elon Musk. Let me just go through a couple of quick questions. One, Elon Musk, would you say that he's best known as rich or successful?
Probably both, depends on who you ask. Whom you ask.
Did he in fact reinvent launch so that we went from the inefficiency where we were paying the Russians to basically put our people in space to today, 92+% of all launches in the world are SpaceX, and they're done for a fraction of the cost?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, so you're a journalist, not an employer per se, but if you were going to employ somebody to take cost out of something, would you find someone that reinvented financial transactions, then went on to reinvent space launch, then went on to reinvent the automobile, and did all of those successfully before he was my age? Okay, now, as a journalist, you do look at who in government does what, and you've done it globally, but particularly you're an expert in the U.S. How many elected officials look at tax returns or government documents directly? How many elected officials do that for the United States government?
I don't know. I would like to know.
Well, officially, the number is 0.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's 100% done by career bureaucrats. Mm-hmm. In fact, nobody elected does the basic work of searching databases and doing that. It just isn't part of the system. The reality is that almost all of the dives are either done by career people or people like Deloitte or PricewaterhouseCoopers. The fact is, looking for government inefficiency, we have spent billions of dollars inefficiently looking for government inefficiency for decades. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I did a story on the failed audit of the DOD that concluded, yeah, we had spent a ton of money on those audits to no effect.
Right. So we've paid outside auditors, including some of the world's best, and they've basically thrown in the towel as far as actually making a permanent change. So when the president has a group of individuals go in with career people in the room and look for it, and they find it, is that a reason to go, nah, he's a billionaire, rather than, nah, this is a disruptor of industries that has proven he can take massive amounts of cost out of doing things, and as a result, the United States of America would benefit by its money going further?
Representative, I said that some of this falls outside my area of expertise.
Well, it falls outside Aaron's too, so that's why I'm bringing the point to you. Let me go on to something that is in your expertise. Mm-hmm. As a journalist, if you took the many words and phonemes of a half-hour, an hour interview and cut and pasted them to create a completely different set of answers to questions, what would you be doing?
Yeah, that would be typically that's a kind of deceptive editing. I think that was the issue in the 60 Minutes case.
Well, wouldn't you call it outright fraud if a person says X and you print Y? Wouldn't you be sued for it if you maliciously and deliberately change the outcome in order to affect an election potentially on behalf of a candidate?
It kind of depends on the situation, but I think most news organizations would be embarrassed to be caught doing that kind of thing.
And wasn't 60 Minutes and CBS embarrassed when they got caught?
Well, they settled in the case apparently, so I think that speaks to that, yes.
So in other words, they were embarrassed.
It would seem that way from the outside.
Well, I'm glad you're here today, and I just want to note for the record and ask it to be placed in the record. Last week, we put another piece of legislation in with Rep. Salazar, Baumgardner, and Gill that in fact specifically it provides for foreign government officials who engage in censorship of American speech to be inadmissible or deported. And I look forward to that going through the committee on a bipartisan basis.
Gentleman yields
And
back.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, President Trump has launched an all-out assault on the press. Don't take my word for it. Here is the president himself.
Trump publicly attacking ABC News, going so far as to suggest it should lose its federal broadcast license. They've discussed issuing subpoenas for news organizations, prosecuting journalists and their sources, and cutting funding for public media.
I think you have to do it. I'm going to be bringing one against the people in Iowa, their newspaper. We're filing one on 60 Minutes, a big part of CBS News, against Bob Woodward. And we have one, very interestingly, on Pulitzer. We have to straighten out the press.
The president says we have to, quote, straighten out the press. That should be chilling to anyone who believes in the First Amendment. The Trump administration is already targeting media outlets that refuse to praise the president. Yesterday, the White House barred the Associated Press from the Oval Office because the news organization simply declined to change its style guide to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Trump himself has made it abundantly clear that he thinks any journalist who dares to criticize him is a, quote, enemy of the people. He has even threatened to revoke the broadcast licenses, we just saw that, of news organizations that criticize his administration. This assault on free speech is being orchestrated by Trump's pick for FCC chair, Brendan Carr, a right-wing co-author of Project 2025. Carr is using his position to punish the news outlets that diverge from the White House's approved narrative. Acting in violation of the Constitution, federal law, and the ICC's own mission, Chairman Carr has decided to use the agency to harass and intimidate news organizations that stray from the White House's talking points. One of Carr's first actions was to revive 3 complaints made to the FCC by a conservative group, the Center for American Rights, against ABC, CBS, and NBC for their critical coverage of President Trump. For the record, there was a complaint that Carr didn't revive. Of course, it was a claim made against Fox News, a news organization that agreed to pay an $800 million settlement to a private company, Dominion Voting System, and admitted to promoting false claims of fraud during the 2020 election related to the company's voting machines. Mr. Aaron, what message is Brendan Carr and the administration sending by investigating ABC, CBS, and NBC, but not Fox News?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I think this is, a blatant abuse of power from Commissioner Carr. He's saying, we're coming for you. At the same time, the president is literally negotiating a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit settlement, and he has pulled out all the stops. He said, I might not approve your merger. He said, I want to see the transcripts. He's come back again and again and again. I just imagine when a Democratic FCC chair thought about, like, hey, could we do an independent local study? Everyone was up in arms. Here we have the chairman of the FCC saying, I'm going to use the power of my office to squeeze these news organizations either to settle or change or transform their coverage simply because the president and Mr. Carr don't like it. That's textbook government censorship.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron, the former chair of the FCC, Mr. Carr's predecessor, Jessica Rosenworcel, said these complaints, quote, seek to weaponize the licensing authority of the FCC in a way that is fundamentally at odds with the First Amendment. To do so would set a dangerous precedent, close quote. She also warned that the agency, quote, should not be the president's speech police. When Mr. Carr was before the Oversight Committee last Congress, he was asked a very simple question. If the president directed the FCC to revoke ABC or NBC's broadcast license because he felt they were being unfair to him, would you comply? The answer should have been a simple and resounding no, yet Mr. Carr repeatedly refused to answer. Mr. Aaron, what do you see as some of the most dangerous actions this administration is currently taking to attack the freedom of the press and to silence critics of this administration?
Well, Mr. Nadler, I appreciate your lifting up the FCC because this is an agency that people don't necessarily know a lot about, but it has an incredible amount of power over the public airwaves, over the wires that bring us our cable television. And so far, in his short time in office, Chairman Carr has used that position to go after journalists, to file these very threatening letters questioning how individual reporters are covering stories of national importance, to really abuse this power in ways that we've never seen before. The FCC usually talks about licenses on very narrow terms. You know, if an owner has committed major crimes, maybe there'll be an investigation in their license. The idea that a news organization could be threatened because they asked a tough question of the president, because they tried to fact check him during a debate, because they edited their own news content before putting it out over the airwaves is preposterous and it's dangerous. And I think it does really warrant the attention of this committee because it's quickly getting out of hand. He's expanding this. He's started to go after cable companies to investigate their internal corporate practices. This is all happening and it only seems to be speeding up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Schellenberger, is the press afraid to attack President Trump?
No.
I mean, you can look at the front page of Politico. Every headline is an attack on President Trump, but that's what the ranking member of the subcommittee just said. Like, they're afraid. I mean, ridiculous argument. I yield to the gentleman. I recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 days ago, Senator Chuck Schumer created an online portal for federal employees to disclose wrongdoing and abuses of power. And in a way, I'm kind of glad he did this because I have been here for a while, and there's a plethora of abuses of power I've seen, particularly in the area of censorship. So at the top of my complaint list would probably be Joe Biden and his staff, because they continually pressured large social media platforms to change their content moderation policies, to have a built-in bias system against any speech, which even had a hint of criticism against the Biden administration. And you know, we do know one thing. Censorship can occur through an agent, through a direct link to government contact, even though it's a private entity that's censoring. We know that from the case law that's come out. But here we have Facebook admitted that it started censoring posts about COVID originating from a Chinese lab and content critical of the vaccine after tense conversations with the Biden-Harris administration, in which they were told to do more to combat speech, which has since been verified as true. Facebook officials described one White House advisor as outraged that Facebook didn't remove a meme. It was a joke about COVID-19. That White House advisor was Andy Slavitt. He would go on my list of people that you complain against. President Biden himself said that Facebook was, quote, killing people, close quote, for not taking down this type of content, which caused Facebook to change its policies further. Facebook employees would later say that this decision, quote, stemmed from the continued criticism of our approach from the Biden administration, close quote. Mark Zuckerberg even told Joe Rogan that people from the Biden administration, quote, would call up our team and scream at them and curse to take down things that were true, close quote. The White House employed the same kind of pressure campaign with YouTube, Amazon, and other platforms. We could also include Anthony Fauci in this list since he perpetuated falsehoods about everything from the vaccine, social distancing, masks, and more. And he demanded that these social media companies clamp down on anyone, including qualified scientists, who dared say anything that was contradictory of him. Then there was CISA, headed by Jen Easterly, who went out of her way to report posts on platform which they thought were too much against the administration's narrative. Then there's the FBI, who ordered platforms to censor the New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop despite knowing that the story was true because they had possession of the laptop. And we could go on and on. So, but I want to read, this notion here is that after this committee's oversight, and we did some good oversight, President Trump's resounding victory, the entities that I've just mentioned, CISA, the FBI, and DHS's cybersecurity, have all stopped their direct censorship activities. What do you think, Ms. Subramanya? How do we know that that's true? How do we know that they've stopped their censorship activities?
Sorry, who has stopped their censorship activity?
Well, allegedly the FBI, CISA, and DHS's Cybersecurity Bureau.
Well, we don't know. We don't know anything for sure. And I think this administration is only getting started by investigating these agencies. I think my own personal view on this is that it's essentially baked into the system right now. And it's going to be very hard to get rid of these tools of censorship. Oftentimes, they're shape-shifting, if you want to use that term. They're recast into different tools, but essentially it's the same tools of censorship that go after individuals. And as I reported on debanking, I'm very, very happy that this administration is finally paying attention to this very important issue of ordinary Americans being censored, being cut off the financial grid for having unpopular opinions. I believe there was a Senate Banking Committee hearing last week that heard from witnesses on the issue of debanking, which I reported on. That's pretty scary. So I'm very, very happy that this attention is finally getting, this issue is finally getting the attention it deserves, and hopefully average Americans will not get debanked in the future. But we don't know anything for sure. It's still too early.
Thank you. And I want to just comment on Mr. Aaron has said in his written statement, he's defining censorship as requiring government action. And yet, in order to get First Amendment protection, yet the Murphy v. Missouri case, which said that the plaintiffs did not get protection because they could not directly link the actions of government officials to their instances of censorship, that's very different than the Vallow case, NRA versus Vallow, where the courts, in a unanimous opinion, said because they could show a direct link. That's the critical issue here. And we know that the Biden administration, and we could show that direct link, that they were causing censorship. They were and this is the Vallow case relying on the 1963 case. They were using coercive tactics to get censorship, and that's the distinction, Mr. Aaron. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman recognizes the ranking member.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Aaron, in November, your co-witness, Mr. Taibbi, went on Chris Cuomo's show and said one of his great concerns was, quote, there's going to be an enormous temptation within the Trump government to do things like going after media organizations they don't like, and they can't do that. If they end up doing that, it's going to be a disaster. Has the disaster arrived?
I believe we're witnessing it right now. It's underway and speeding up.
What's the evidence of that?
Well, we talked already about the problems at the FCC. I think what we're seeing is incredibly powerful government officials using their power and their pulpit to go directly after news organizations. President Trump called for 60 Minutes to be, quote, terminated. Mr. Musk has gone after individual reporters who are trying to cover what DOJ is doing. We don't know what DOJ is doing. There's very little public information available, and yet reporters who dare to actually ask, who are these people? What are they doing? Why do they have access to our most important personal information? When that happens, here comes Mr. Musk, a government employee, but also the head of a social media company, coming after individual reporters. Those are some of the things that I'm incredibly concerned about, and there are many others who are saying they're going to come after journalists, including the nominee to head the FBI.
I think all four witnesses have spoken about the dangers of state censorship, but also the dangers of big tech censorship. With Elon Musk now appointed a special government employee, although he's not filled out his ethics forms or gotten a conflict of interest waiver, I hope, Mr. Chairman, we'll get a chance to work on that. But do we believe now that the dangers of state censorship have merged with the dangers of big tech censorship?
I'm obviously very concerned because it's one thing for the government to express its viewpoints and say, we wish you would do this or we wish you would do that. It's quite another for this kind of merger and full-on collusion happening. You know, we were worried about the government, this committee was very worried about the government in the previous administration putting pressure on Twitter. Now we have the head of X working inside the government to actually take apart government computer systems. That would seem to rise to a higher level of concern.
Right, before people were worried because some nameless, faceless bureaucrat would write a memo saying there's election disinformation, it needs to be corrected. And they thought that that was a First Amendment violation, although the courts ended up rejecting that. But in any event, they didn't like the government even warning of factual disinformation being warned of online. Now what we've got is the head of X, the owner of X, who controls all of that speech, being part of the government itself. And yet a lot of people aren't uttering a peep about that. Why is it?
Well, I have to ask in some cases, where are they getting their news? Are they hearing about it? I have questions about that, but I think people are outraged. I see people every day here in Washington with signs saying, why is Elon Musk's hands on my data? I talked to my cab
You know,
driver
I know there's
morning.
millions of people in America outraged. I'm talking about my colleagues who couldn't stop talking about a handful of memos that were written to the social media about factual disinformation. They were upset about that. Now we've got an absolute merger of the social media state with the traditional governmental apparatus. Look, I'm not sure I understand what my colleague's position is on whether there should be free speech on social media sites or not. For several years, they campaigned to get sites like X and Facebook to remove fact-checking on their sites. It sounded like what they were saying is we want a radical, open, free market in speech, no censorship for anything, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, fraudulent speech, whatever. Not because they endorsed that speech, but because what they were saying was, we just want a radically open free market. But then Elon Musk takes over X, he kicks off journalists who are critical of him or Donald Trump. He kicks off Texas Observer journalist Stephen Monticelli, Ken Klippenstein of The Intercept, podcaster Rob Rousseau, progressive political groups he doesn't like. And so now X is flooded with all of the racist, anti-Semitic filth, the misogyny, all kinds of studies about how it's dramatically through the roof, and yet he's getting rid of political speech he disagrees with, and my colleagues have nothing to say about that. Is that the right approach to free speech if you think free speech is at stake on the social media?
Absolutely not, Congressman. I mean, as we've talked about repeatedly in this hearing, we need free speech for everyone. We need to protect free expression. And so if Elon Musk is doing something, this committee should be as concerned about it. If Elon Musk and Donald Trump are colluding to pressure media companies, they should be just as concerned, I would argue more concerned given the evidence than they have been in the many hearings covered here about low-level employees concentrating low-level staffers.
Mr. Taibbi tweeted to Elon Musk, he said, Elon, I've repeatedly declined to criticize you and have nothing to do with your beef with Substack. Is there a reason why I'm being put in the middle of things? He said, am I being shadow banned? His answer from Elon Musk was, you are dead to me. Please get off Twitter and just stay on Substack. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the Democrats complain that Mr. Musk is an unelected bureaucrat. Well, I'd remind them that every bureaucrat is unelected. That's why the elected president is solely vested with the executive powers of the federal government. There is no bureaucrat that's independent of the president. That would mean that they're independent of the people, which is the very definition of a tyranny. Mr. Musk is accountable to the president, who in turn has been accountable to the people. The threat that we face is unelected bureaucrats who are working contrary to the will of the people as expressed through the presidential election. It seems to me that the beating heart of a democracy is our freedom of speech. You know, that's how a free society sorts truth from lies and right from wrong and wisdom from folly. Americans have always believed that the way to do that is put the two of them side by side and trust the American people to tell the difference. And they've done a good job of that in 250 years. It's clear to me that in the last 4 years, the Democrats attempted to install themselves, rather than the American people, as the arbiters of what is true and right and wise. And what we saw was the power of government focused on muzzling their opposition and preventing the democracy from working. I'm particularly concerned about the coordinated suppression of the story of the Hunter Biden laptop because of post-election polling, in which respondents said that if they'd seen that information during the election, it would have changed their vote, and in numbers that would have changed the outcome of the presidential election. That's election interference on a historic scale and about as clear a threat to democracy as it gets. But I remember a story of a retiring law professor who said that for many years he'd begin his course on the First Amendment by telling the joke of an American and a Soviet talking about freedom of speech in their countries. The American said, well, we have the right to say whatever we want about our government officials. And the Soviet replied, well, so do we, except the officials don't let us lie about them. He said that always got a big laugh in his classrooms until the last few years. And that's what I find very shocking about what has occurred in our society. You know, I agree with the Democrats that we need to be just as vigilant in defending speech we disagree with. That's absolutely true. It was something that they were unwilling to do themselves during the last 4 years that they held power. Now, Mr. Taibbi, you've talked about this before. I've often said we must never allow the left to become our teachers. But you saw this transition firsthand, and you've spoken out about the importance of freedom of speech on all sides. Would you care to elaborate?
Sorry, I'm a little, thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. This sudden adopting of the free speech religion is a little jarring, where obviously you're very concerned about things that Elon Musk may be doing or Donald Trump may be doing. But where was that concern when White House officials were pressuring Twitter to remove New York Times reporter Alex Berenson, who was ultimately taken down for saying an absolutely true statement, which was that the vaccine does not prevent infection or transmission? That case is still going through the courts. Where was that concern when the New York Post was locked out of its own account for 2 weeks for an absolutely true story about Hunter Biden's laptop?
It seems to me two of the most consequential issues that affect the lives of every American are the debates over climate change and the debate over COVID and how to respond to it. And yet the government worked overtime to suppress contrary opinions. Mr. Schellenberger, you mentioned that one thing we need to do is defund the institutions that are suppressing speech, and I couldn't agree more. Let me ask you, what else should we be doing right now? What legislation should we be pursuing to enshrine the First Amendment freedoms that the left waged war against these years?
Well, thank you for asking, Congressman. I mean, I think it's really, we don't have accountability yet. We don't have the files. We don't know what really happened. We have some of the files of what's occurred, but just on the Hunter Biden laptop case, you had a sophisticated influence operation being operated by the FBI through the Aspen Institute to pre-bunk, which is code for brainwash journalists and the social media censors in advance of the story coming out. I mean, that is next level kind of manipulation going on, illegal by the FBI. We don't have any of the files on that. But I think the most pressing threat right now is from Europe. The Censorship-Industrial Complex is sort of retreating into Europe. They want to, weaponize their Digital Services Act. I don't, as a taxpayer, as an American whose life and my family's life is on the line to protect Europe, I don't know what I'm doing if I'm trying to defend a continent that wants to suppress freedom of speech for their own people and for the entire planet.
Well, my time's expired, but I'd be very interested in the thoughts of all of our panelists on what additional actions the government can take. You're saying defund them and get to the bottom of it. I couldn't agree more. Then what? Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the witnesses, the outstanding testimony. The lady from Canada, I want to welcome you. You're our first witness from the 51st state. This hearing is interesting because breaking news, Joe Biden lost the election. He's not going to run ever again. But this committee's hearing, and I mean, some good can come out of looking about what happened, and some of the things weren't proper. But Joe Biden's gone. We need to be looking at what's happening right now. And what's happening right now is we have a constitutional crisis. This is the Judiciary Committee, where the Constitution should not be something we think of as something we study in school, but something we defend and protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now, it is being attacked. The rule of law is, I think, Ms. Subramanya, I think they quoted you and said something about special, something about our core, what's at stake is our core values. And what's at stake is our core values, the rule of law. And this committee is doing nothing about it. We should be concerned about the rule of law, concerned about the Constitution, concerned about the truth, and we're not doing that, and we have a great problem. The American people thought that they were going to elect a government that was going to get involved with inflation, reduce the price of eggs, make their daily lives better, end the war in Ukraine on day one. None of that's happened. Instead, we've gone off on all this stuff. And we've got a guy we call a special government employee, which sounds too much like a special military operation. And it's kind of a scary term, but that's what we've got. They talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. They say it all the time. But they don't show us the waste, fraud, and abuse. They just say they've discovered it and they're finding it and whatever. All this. Well, I think it's just their policy differences, particularly at USAID, not necessarily waste, fraud, and abuse. And Mr. Taibbi, I think you said that they can't do it surgically. If Mr. Musk is such a genius, and he's a damn smart boy, X is a smart boy too. They were the two smart ones in the room the other day. But you do it surgically. You don't do it with a sledgehammer. He's doing it with a sledgehammer. And a gorilla can do it with a sledgehammer. A genius has to be surgical. And you could save USAID's programs that are humanitarian purposes and medical purposes and providing food, working against hunger and all kind of problems we see in Africa with HIV, AIDS, and PEPFAR. You can keep those programs, which is the abundance and majority of USAID. Instead, we're threatening them. Elon Musk took over Twitter, and I can tell you, I've been a Twitter user. I got more anti-Semitic comments on Twitter since he took over by far. I had some before he took over, but just a small amount. Now, almost every time I post anything on Twitter, I'm going to get something about Jew, go back to Israel, we don't need your type, Cohen, oh yes, Cohen. I'm sick of that, and Musk allows it. Go to Blue Sky. He's ruined Twitter. He went through that with the same tactics he's going through the U.S. government, the fork in the road, getting rid of people and firing so many people. Twitter has been ruined. It was a marketplace for ideas. It no longer is. It's a mouthpiece for the extreme right and for Musk. Musk has not shown him to be able to understand the government and speak truth. When we had a continuing resolution up last December, Musk said the bill allocated $3 billion to build a new football stadium in Washington. It didn't allocate any money for a football stadium. And he said it emphatically, $3 billion. He said it was going to be a 40% salary increase for Congress people. No, it said there'd be a cost of living adjustment of 3%. On USAID, he reposted, as did Donald Jr., a post that was eventually found out to come out from a Russian operative that said that Ukraine paid $20 million for celebrities like Angelina Jolie, Sean Penn, Ben Stiller to come to Ukraine. False. They didn't pay anything for them. And they've said that Musk said $50 million, Trump $100 million on condoms in Gaza for Hamas. And that's not true. There was $7 million, is all USAID spends all over, and that's for helping on HIV AIDS. And the Gaza they spent some money on was Gaza in Mozambique. I mean, they can get on a map and see the Gulf of America, but they can't find out what's going on in Africa. And that's going to be the largest growing continent in the world. I'm just concerned about the truth. I'm concerned about Musk. I'm concerned about Doge. I'm concerned about this employee who they wanted to bring back, and I think they did, who said, just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity. We want to normalize Indian hate. And that's not Tonto, that's an entire country. And I would not mind at all if Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. That's a real nice character. And that's who they took up as their champion. Thank you, sir, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end of your testimony, Mr. Taibbi, it says, no wonder your approval ratings are lower than psoriasis. By the way, I've had a few bouts of it. It's nasty stuff. And you said you sold us out. Explain what you were saying at the end of your testimony.
Many of the programs, thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Many of the programs that Michael and I reported on in the Twitter files, these are taxpayer-funded programs that are being spent to remove the speech of the taxpayers themselves or to encourage platforms to take down content of the taxpayers. And I think most people would disagree with that allocation of resources. I'm hearing a lot about Elon Musk. Does that mean that I should be in favor of the Department of Homeland Security partnering with Stanford University to do a mass flagging program ahead of the 2020 election where the speech of ordinary citizens was taken down? These are two completely separate issues, but it's the institutional problem. We've created all these institutions. The Global Engagement Center is one, a counter-misinformation program, the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. These are all big institutions that are part of the government that are directed towards this exact activity, and it has to be shut down in order for us to get back to an absolutely free press environment.
On March 9th, 2023, I believe you were in this building testifying, and the IRS knocked on your door. Give us a retrospective, if you could do it kind of briefly. I've got other questions here. Give me a retrospective as you look back on that incident 2 years ago.
Yeah, I came back from testifying before this committee. On the train, my wife told me that the IRS had left a note on my door. They had knocked while I was testifying. This, again, is why I'm finding it funny that people are suddenly concerned about the harassment of journalists. I don't remember any of you saying anything when this happened at the time.
You think it's a coincidence?
We subsequently learned, thanks to Mr. Chairman Jordan, who reached out to the Treasury, that case was opened on me on December 24th, 2022, when probably the most consequential Twitter files report that I dropped was published. It was a Saturday and it was Christmas Eve. I don't think the IRS is usually working that day.
Ms. Subramanya, in regards to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, might it be useful if the liability shield that is currently in place be conditioned on companies to make sure that they adhere to a free speech standard? Do you think there maybe should be changes made to Section 230 to make sure that free speech is protected?
I'm not familiar with this legislation. What is the liability shield?
Mr. Schellenberger, would you like to take that question?
Sure, and I've testified in front of the Senate and written a white paper on this issue. I think that Section 230 should be reformed if you're going to offer this sweeping liability protection. Then I think that adult users of social media platforms should be able to choose and filter their own legal content. And I've said that publicly quite a bit before. I haven't found a lot of interest in either party for that proposal, but I do think that's the best way. Certainly you can still have a feed that the social media platforms choose to feed you, but I do think there should be that option for people to choose their own content.
You say in your testimony PSYOP tactics being used by the US and UK military against the American people. That is really scary stuff reading that. Could you elaborate? Because I think the American people need to hear, they need to hear about this.
Yeah, we now know what happened, which is that basically after the war on terror, the United States used counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, counterpopulism tactics first in the Middle East as part of the Arab Spring uprisings, then in the Eastern Europe as part of the color revolutions, using social media to foment revolutions against places that we wanted regime change, and then using censorship in places to repress conflicting opinion in places that we were trying to stabilize. Those tactics were then turned against the American people after the populist revolutions of 2016. First, you saw Russiagate, the idea, this wild conspiracy theory that President Trump was somehow controlled through a sex blackmail operation by the Russians. But then we also saw a very elaborate effort to do exactly what they had done abroad, creating small committees of experts to decide what the truth was and demand censorship on the basis of it. But I also mentioned there's also these proactive influence operations, the most dramatic of which is the Hunter Biden laptop, severely illegal, but we also saw the mobilization of the intelligence community. And now in the latest article that we published today, we have documented that the Agency for International Development has overseen basically a takeover over the last decade and a half of independent investigative journalism in Europe and around the world through OCCRP and supposedly independent journalism organizations with an eye to basically controlling the information and controlling the major news media that do investigative journalism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the work that you have done over the last couple Congresses on this issue.
We appreciate it. Gentleman yields back. I think, gentleman, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donald Trump is a litigious individual. He's quick to sue news organizations that try and hold him to account, but he's also the commander-in-chief who appears to be using every weapon in the federal government's arsenal to go after those same news organizations. He is currently suing, in his private capacity, CBS for $20 billion, but at the same time, his FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, is investigating CBS while Mr. Trump, President Trump, is calling on him to go even further and to revoke CBS's license because he didn't like the coverage that they gave. He's doing all this while Paramount, CBS's parent company, is in merger talks with a billionaire Trump super donor, David Ellison. So, Mr. Aaron, can you help us understand how these actions by President Trump and his administration might send a chilling message to news organizations?
Yes, I think the message the administration is sending is pay up and get in line. They've repeatedly, President Trump is a private citizen, filed these lawsuits, but President Trump is no longer a private citizen. He's sitting in the Oval Office, using the power of that office and of his appointees to go after the same companies he's filed lawsuits against. That's outrageous. And on terms that are almost unthinkable. We're talking about editing a video. We're talking about asking some fact-checking questions. We're talking about, unbelievably normal operations of news organizations, reporting on the activity of law enforcement, all First Amendment protected things that these news organizations are doing. And yet under the Trump administration, the message is, if you're not in line, if you're not singing from our hymnal, we're going to come after you with the force of the government. And that's what we should be concerned about. That's where it crosses over from the concerns of an individual saying, I didn't like what you did, to actual censorship and government power being abused.
Well, it's not just what you've said. In December, ABC agreed to settle a $16 million lawsuit by Mr. Trump and his foundations. And then just last month, Meta paid $25 million to settle what, honestly, as a lawyer, seemed to me a pretty ridiculous 4-year-old lawsuit. Just last July, Mr. Trump threatened to throw Mark Zuckerberg in jail. And then after he won, Zuckerberg went down to Mar-a-Lago, had dinner with him, where Mr. Trump told him he could be brought into the tent. And then, of course, Zuckerberg and Meta settled the lawsuit brought against them for four years ago. Meta settled for $25 million. That's on top of the $2 million Meta and Zuckerberg contributed to the inauguration. It looks like these companies are agreeing to make these payments to Donald Trump in kind of a pay-to-play measure. What do you think, Mr. Aaron?
I agree with your analysis, Congresswoman. It looks like they're making payoffs. These were not cases, the lawyers that looked at them, the law professors that looked at them, when they were filed, said these are completely specious. These are outlandish. These are not actually viable cases. And yet now that Mr. Trump is in office, suddenly these media companies are lining up, writing checks for tens of millions of dollars to a sitting president, either to say, please, take the target off their back, or to seek major regulatory favors, like a mega merger. I don't support a mega merger, but the idea that the cost of getting that merger done is altering your editorial content or having to respond to have your other business interests challenged, your licenses taken away, it's unbelievable. It's outrageous.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Aaron. I'm not sure whether the president is shaking down these corporations or whether they're offering him bribes because they realize that if they pay the right price, they'll get their way. But it's clear to me that there is these outrageous settlement payments to the president and his foundations are really, I think, incompatible with a free press. Can you explain, Mr. Aaron, what happens to a free and fair press, to journalism, when media organizations and the president are engaged in this type of pay-to-play? Is this something that other media organizations are going to pay attention to? What's the impact on the eco-structure?
Well, I do think there's a danger that they follow each other's leads, right? What we would like to see in this case is these media companies actually standing up for their rights, actually fighting these cases in court. But they've made, I would say very unfortunately, business decisions that they've decided the cost of settling because it's advantageous to other parts of their business is better than actually defending the First Amendment and free speech. I think that's a huge problem because they are signaling to this administration, hey, if you don't like something you see and you file a lawsuit, you're probably going to get paid, or they're saying, well, we don't want to go anywhere near that because we might face one of these outlandish lawsuits.
My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schellenberger, last Congress, you helped expose censorship grants at the National Science Foundation, specifically known as Track F grants. Can you tell us more about those censorship activities conducted associated with these grants?
Yeah, this was the National Science Foundation's Track F was basically to create censorship tools that would become sort of the middleware to, such as NewsGuard, for example, is the most famous of which, or the Global Disinformation Index. The idea is to essentially impose on people's systems, either directly through their computers or adopted by social media companies, a set of tools that would allow centralized authorities to decide what the truth was and filter it for people. It's a horrifying program. All of Track F, in my view, should be eliminated, and I think there should be an investigation to figure out what in the world were they thinking when they created a program to basically have the taxpayers subsidize the creation of elaborate censorship tools that included the use of AI in creating that censorship.
So taxpayers are actually paying for the government to help private companies censor their free speech.
Yeah, and then the idea was that they were just going to, give these tools to Facebook and X and others to use, or to give them to Microsoft and others to use. It's awful stuff. And by the way, it also came from Department of Defense. So much of those NSF grants are sort of recycling older DARPA DoD projects.
When I coached T-ball, the kids shared helmets. And so occasionally there would be an outbreak of lice, and we'd comfort the parents by saying it's not a sin to get lice, it's a sin to keep lice. So with these Track F grants, later today I plan to reintroduce my bill to eliminate those. And I want to make a plea to the White House and anybody in the executive branch who's listening, or anybody at DOJ, you need to go after these Track F grants and defund anything that says mis, dis, or malinformation. Those are all, in my opinion, Orwellian terms. Also, we have an omnibus coming up in March where I'm scared to death we're going to refund all of these things. We're basically going to feed the lice that were contracted in the last administration. But this isn't just limited to NSF grants. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, within DHS is a flagrant violator of free speech. It had things like election integrity partnership. Mr. Taibbi, can you tell us anything about this? What's going on at DHS or CISA?
Yeah, so CISA was as we've found in the Twitter files, the election integrity partnership was run by Stanford. They had 4 partners, including the Center for an Informed Public, University of Washington, Graphica, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Labs, but they partnered with CISA and the Global Engagement Center at the State Department, and we found in the Twitter files, and also Chairman Jordan also found some emails basically saying that this EIP project was founded at the behest of DHS. This essentially EIP was a CISA-created project, or it was a CISA sort of sponsored project. And it was, it's essentially a content moderation removal operation that was sponsored by the American taxpayer.
Another example of American taxpayers unwittingly, without knowing, funding their own violation or deprivation of their First Amendment rights. Mr. Schellenberger, can you explain how you traced USAID funding that served as the basis for whistleblower report in 2019, which led to the impeachment of President Trump?
Sure. Well, you may remember that the so-called whistleblowers in the White House was actually a CIA analyst. And in that whistleblower's complaint, which led to the impeachment, one of the central pieces of evidence was created by a USAID funded and controlled organization called the OCCRP. And we have another piece out today about how it participated in the Russiagate hoax as well, creating essentially very important information leading to that. So, I mean, you have in USAID a much larger fund of money and a much broader strategy for information control that included censorship, but also, as I mentioned, taking control of investigative journalism really worldwide. I mean, its ambitions were, amazing. So yeah, I mean, that's an agency. When we saw that get shut down by DOJ, I thought that was completely appropriate. If there's something in there that it was doing that's valuable, then you could refund it later. But my view, same thing with CISA, death penalty for organizations that participated in violations of the First Amendment like CISA. Cybersecurity is an extremely important function. It shouldn't be contaminated and undermined by censorship activities.
Well, I think it's always been known that our government has funded the change in administrations, if we can say it politely, of other governments. But isn't it borderline treason when the taxpayer when organizations entrusted with protecting our country are now undermining our own government?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're trying to do regime change, illegal, if you're weaponizing DHS, FBI, CISA, that's treasonous regime change activities redirected, that you developed abroad, that we developed abroad for regime change, directed against the American people and our representatives. I mean, it's shocking, and we still haven't dealt with it as a country.
Mr. Chairman, I see my time has expired. I'd like to introduce into the record, or ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record, an article in Newsmax, Schellenberger, USAID paid for Trump impeachment effort, dated February 6, 2025.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. Today's hearing entitled Censorship-Industrial Complex. It's puzzling to me that when we're talking about censorship and denial of First Amendment rights, we're talking the witnesses here from the majority seem to be stuck on Hunter Biden's laptop, mentioning it repeatedly, but nothing uttered about what has been transpiring since January 20th, when this president was inaugurated. Free speech necessarily means freedom of the press. And co-President Trump has been talking for years about the press being the enemy of the people. Mr. Aaron, what impact has the president repeatedly calling the press the enemy of the people had on our free speech?
Well, I think it's very chilling. I think it's a big problem when the most powerful person in the country, who is tasked with upholding the Constitution and the First Amendment, repeatedly goes out of his way to threaten journalists for asking hard questions, to sue news organizations because he simply doesn't like their conclusions. I think this is a real overreach in his power, and it creates danger for journalists out there actually trying to report on this administration, as I assume is intended to do.
And he's been doing more than simply attacking journalists. He's also been threatening confidential sources of journalists. How does that chill free speech?
Well, I do worry about any administration, and I've worked with folks on this side of the dais over problems of the government trying to go after whistleblowers, trying to force reporters to hand over their sources. There were new regulations put into place during the Biden administration that, I hope offer some greater levels of protection. I don't know if those are going to survive the new administration. I know members of this committee have supported the Press Act, have supported important protections for journalists. We need those because at a moment like this, we are reliant on whistleblowers to know what's happening.
And we're also reliant on inspectors general who are essential for an ethical and transparent government. Yet during his first week in office, Co-President Trump illegally fired 17 inspectors generals over 18 different federal agencies, and just yesterday he fired the 18th inspector general. A day after that inspector general from USAID released a report detailing the wasteful impacts of Trump's chaotic and illegal funding freeze and stop work order. The message was clear that if you speak out, you will be fired. Co-presidents Musk and Trump clearly want to shroud their administration's actions from public scrutiny while they illegally freeze federal funds, purge federal workers, and rummage through sensitive private data that they can use to retaliate against any critics who dare to speak up. I'm concerned about the firing of the watchdogs who dare to speak up. Just this past week, this Inspector General fired for revealing more than $489 million in food assistance that was at risk of spoilage or potential diversion after the Trump administration implemented its aid freeze and stop work order. The very next day, he was fired, as I said. Do you agree that it chills freedom of speech and independent oversight when inspectors general are fired literally the day after they release a critical report? And what message do you think that it sends to other whistleblowers who might come forward?
Well, it sends a message to whistleblowers that nobody may be there to listen to you or protect you. I think the Inspector General system is incredibly important at exposing government wrongdoing, no matter who's in power. These are supposed to be independent people. It's my understanding that moves against them are supposed to come before Congress. Congress is supposed to be informed before it happens, and that hasn't happened here. So the wholesale of removal of inspector generals at a time when there's so much confusion and chaos about what's happening, I think is very, very dangerous. And I hope that this committee and others with jurisdiction here in Congress will be looking very carefully at these decisions. I know the courts are starting to get involved, but if we don't have these independent watchdogs, we won't know what's happening. In many cases, the press won't know what's happening because they're relying on the kind of information that an inspector general can get that nobody else has access to on the outside.
Well, I tell you, I know that if inspectors general had been terminated by a Democrat, and this committee, as it is now, was under the control of Republicans, these Republicans would be through the roof about it. They would be, they would not allow it to happen, but it is troubling that they are so transactional now that they don't believe in the Constitution. They just simply will follow whoever's sitting in that seat who can accomplish their political objectives, and then to hell with the Constitution. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Taibbi, do you have any idea how many people work at the United States Department of Treasury?
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
108,376. And part of the Department of Treasury, of course, is the Internal Revenue Service. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, big part, frankly. Big part. Thousands of people work there, too. And on December 24th, 2022, one of those 108,376 employees at the Department of Treasury decided they were going to start an investigation into you. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that just happened to coincide with the day you did one of the Twitter files. I think one of the important ones. I think it might have been the second one, second or third, but one of those important Twitter files. Is that right?
Yes, it was. It was.
And then a few months later, you're sitting in that same seat testifying in front of this committee, and the very time you're testifying, another one of those 108,376 people knock on your door. Unannounced visit to your home, which, by the way, they've discontinued because of this issue and a bunch of other crazy things they were doing. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record, they actually owed you money, right? You didn't do anything wrong. Is that
They
accurate?
did. They owed me
You
quite a
gotta
lot of
check.
money.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make that clear. But obviously, a way to intimidate someone who is focusing on this issue we're discussing today, right?
Yes.
Now, we just got an order from a judge. The judge in the Southern District of New York said that no political appointees or special government employees can have access to information. 108,376 people can have access to information, but the people the President of the United States selects, the guy who's elected by 77 million people, he can't preliminary injunction against the defendants during the pendency of this from granting any political appointees, special government employees from any access to that information. I don't know about you, Mr. Schellenberg, I find that kind of troubling. 108,000 people can do it, at least one of them, Christmas Eve. We got a federal government employees working hard on Christmas Eve, probably remotely working, going after Mr. Taibbi, but the President of the United States can't have people go in and look and see if we can save some money for the taxpayers. He can't do that according to this judge. Think that makes sense, Mr. Schellenberger?
It doesn't. I mean, my understanding is that the president controls the executive branch and the executive branch
Article
agencies.
2, Section 1, very first sentence, executive power shall be vested in the president, in a president of the United States of America. First sentence.
Yep.
Yeah, but this judge says, no. We got to trust the bureau. This is the fundamental issue. Do you trust the unelected bureaucrats, I think it was Mr. Tiffany and Mr. McClintock, or do you trust the guy who was elected by the people? And that's where I would rather put our trust in the people who they put in office to do these kind of things. Now, you mentioned earlier, I'm going to jump around here and try to get to all of you. Mr. Schellenberger, you mentioned that USAID, which has been in the news of late, spending taxpayer money on all kinds of stupid things, is also involved in the censorship effort. And I want you to just elaborate on that a little bit, because this is going on as we speak. I want you to elaborate on that for the committee, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand that USAID viewed this very holistically. And it's important, if you look at the Hunter Biden laptop case, which is an extremely important case to understand, because the FBI was weaponized, then it weaponized the Aspen Institute to brainwash the entire media. It wasn't just that they censored it. It was that they changed the perception of the laptop. They created the perception that it was something other than what it obviously was. And that's what these guys are trying to do. These are called information operations, and USAID has been in the process of taking over so-called independent investigative journalism around the world, and at the same time then training NGOs how to demand censorship. For example, Mr. Aaron's organization has been working to train organizations to so-called flag misinformation behind the scenes. By the way, it's one thing to criticize somebody publicly, which we should all be engaged in.
Yeah.
But this thing where you're skulking around,
We do that all the
and
time.
secretly, yeah, that's what open democracy is. This thing of going out and like secretly flagging information behind the scenes and demanding censorship, that's completely an abomination. That is not what
I just
our
want to be clear.
democracy is about.
You're saying USAID, your investigation is now engaged in this pre-bunking kind of concept
Yes.
and process that they did with the laptop story in the fall of 2020.
And it's the exact same approach as well, where often what they're doing, for example, with USAID, OCCRP, is that they're leaking intelligence from the intelligence
Yeah, scary.
agencies and not like WikiLeaks, where they just dumped it, I think, probably too much without the proper redactions, but they're strategically leaking it and then manipulating places like The Guardian and the New York Times to publish certain stories and control the whole investigative news process.
And we saw this from Yoel Roth's testimony. He testified during these weekly meetings that federal law enforcement communicated to us there was going to be hack and leak operations before the presidential election, likely in October. We had these so that what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and then they said here who it's going to involve, that there were rumors that the hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So they set them all up. And then Shazam, they set them all up because they had the laptop and they knew what was coming. And when it happens, everyone buys into what the 51 former intel officials say.
That's right.
Mr. Subramanya, I want to give you the last word. RFK, I just want you to know, I appreciate the historical perspective you brought when you testified last Congress, but one of the statements that stuck with this last Congress was actually a statement made by RFK Jr. when he said, when you look at history, it is never the good guys who are for censorship. And that's what we're trying to keep in mind and stop it from both sides, from all sides. We want the First Amendment. I'll give you the last 30 seconds here to respond.
Absolutely. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, and when I was here the last time, I think it was a throwaway comment to a representative. It was not even part of my testimony. I don't think so. And I said, the values of Western civilization are worth fighting for, going back to the Enlightenment and the Reformation. That is what gave us free speech. That's what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. And the First Amendment in America distinguishes America from the rest of the world. I come from India originally. I live in Canada. I'm from Canada. But I've lived in India. I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived in places where just speaking your mind can send you to prison. You cannot criticize anything that goes against the government or certain religions for that matter. And when I came to the West, it was, refreshing to finally be able to express myself. And unfortunately, what I left behind has come to me in Canada, has followed me to Canada. And I'm seeing that happening in the United States. And it's very worrying because it's happened so quickly, and I don't know where this is going to lead us to.
Yeah, if we can't settle our disputes with debate, the alternative is frightening, and we never want to get there. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate from both sides. I mean, we want to embrace the First Amendment. Unfortunately, I have to run, Mr. Raskin and I have to run to the House Administration Committee to talk about the budget for this committee. And if you need, I should have said this at the outset, if any of you need a break, or we'll take it, but just let us know, just communicate with one of our staffers and we'll give you a break. If not, we're going to keep going. And I think it is the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
For the last 3 years, Donald Trump campaigned on lowering your costs. Do they feel lower? Does anything about this hearing get us to lower costs? You were promised cheap eggs, and today you're getting cheap shots. And there's probably no better natural remedy for insomnia than a congressional hearing on anti-censorship. But, Mr. Taibbi, you're here. And would you agree that censorship is the suppression of ideas, words, images, and something that can be conducted by the government?
Yeah, it can also not be by the government, but yes.
And you would then agree that it's censorship for any government, democratic or authoritarian, run by a Democrat or a Republican, to bar the press from covering the government when the press reports something the government doesn't like?
Bar in what way?
Take away their credentials? Take away their access?
So, as a long time, I started my career as an independent journalist. Journalists who whine about not being credentialed should recognize that being on the outside is part of what being in the press is. I'm not terribly sympathetic to people who complain about that issue.
So if you report something that a government doesn't like and they take away access that others have, that's not censorship?
You can still cover it. That's not censorship.
Okay. And banning books, is that censorship?
Banning books is censorship. Yep.
So this topic is more complicated than the hearing title would suggest. And I would argue the difference between a democratic approach and democratic activists on this issue and Republicans is that as Democrats seek to attack mis- and disinformation, it's because their perception of information is that it is a means to the truth. And for many Republicans, they believe that information is a means to power. And so they are primarily concerned with using information, whether it's disinformation or misinformation, as long as it gets them to power, they're okay with it. And it's difficult to try and litigate what do you do with mis- and disinformation. And I will be honest with you. Sometimes Democratic voices object too much to mis- and disinformation. A lawyer once told me when I was a young prosecutor that I was jumping out of my seat too much, objecting to conduct by the defense attorney, and while I was probably legally right, it was just annoying the jury, and that I should pick my battles. So I get frustrated too sometimes when it feels like the penalty flag is being thrown too often. However, there is a difference, though, between censoring somebody because you disagree with them. I'll credit Chairman Jordan. He and I have had some spirited debates in this hearing room. Sometimes they've gotten quite personal by both of us. And sometimes when I land a point, he gets upset. His staff gets upset. But he takes it like a man. And he'll make his point right back at me. And I take it like a man. You know who doesn't take it like a man? Donald Trump. Because he's not a man. He's a child. He's a small child. And he views censorship as a mean to get rid of people who disagree with him. He wants to get rid of judges who disagree with him. He said that as recently as yesterday. Speaker Johnson is backing him up by suggesting that judges should just pause in interpreting his violations of the Constitution. Trump goes after his perceived political opponents. I know. When I was a part of the Russia investigation, his DOJ subpoenaed my emails and my cell phone records. He's a petty, punitive child. And I can recognize a toddler because I'm a parent of 3 of them. And I recognize the same behavior. And yes, censorship is occurring, but it's self-censorship, and it's by you all. Because I hear you in our private conversations when you agree that Trump is a child. I hear the people you tell that Trump is a child, whether it's lobbyists or reporters. But you shrink in this room, and you shrink in the chamber, and you self-censor yourselves from speaking out because you're afraid. And he's laughing at you that you take him so seriously because he's unserious. He's laughing that you think he is so powerful because he's weak. He's laughing that you think he is so big because he's quite small. So we need you. We need your voices right now. It can't just be this side. We're all in to speak up, and we need you to speak up too. Otherwise, we are all out of freedom. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. I'm going to recognize myself for the next 5 minutes. Mr. Taibbi, the Twitter files showed how the State Department's Global Engagement Center, and I know you've done some reporting on this, initially created to counter the foreign disinformation campaigns, ended up censoring American speech directly and by proxy. You know, it was established in 2016, $61 million, 120 employees. And what we found now through further reporting is that at the exit of the Biden administration, they kind of shifted things around to make sure that it was still viable and still could operate. Can you just explain kind of in general what your reporting discovered and what you've seen since then?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Congressman. The Global Engagement Center, which was an organization that was unknown to us when we started the Twitter files, and it started off as a counterterrorist organization. A source that I spoke to that had worked there described the transformation of their mission as CT to CP, counterterrorism to counterpopulism. We found Global Engagement Center reports on a variety of topics within the Twitter files. They also worked with the Stanford Internet Observatory and the Election Integrity Partnership. And at the end of this year, they were set to expire and be defunded. But essentially, what happened was they took the same amount of employees, they renamed themselves R/FEME, and they scattered the employees physically throughout the building in different places to make it impossible or make it more difficult to eradicate the agency. Now, I'm not sure how that has all panned out. My understanding is that ultimately this will be defunded, but those personnel and that money still exists, and they still have exactly the same mission that was delineated for them in 2018 by legislation.
And it was the way that they utilized what was called bad speech and good speech, right? Can you describe how they kind of manipulated things that was presented to the American public? And a lot of this was initiated during COVID, right?
Yeah, so the Global Engagement Center, they had a really important, I think, innovation in the whole evolution of the digital censorship movement. They put out these reports. Some of them were sort of old school intelligence reports where they actually used sources to identify accounts that were reasonably linked to foreign governments or foreign intelligence or might be bots. But then they had this concept they called the information ecosystem, and that just drew in accounts whose messages were too much in sync with those other accounts. And as a result, we had people who were completely innocent and in many cases were prominent politicians, like there were prominent Democratic politicians in Italy, for instance, and in France, who were deemed to be part of the Russian ecosystem or the Iranian ecosystem or the Chinese ecosystem. This is just old school guilt by association, and it was part of their method. We found this repeatedly in their reports.
Yeah, the last question I had was, so as the Biden administration leaves and they morph this group into another kind of different size organization, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, this is a perfect target for what DOJ is looking at right now, because there's no way to really reform these organizations, especially because it's part of the State Department. So it would be something that Secretary Rubio would absolutely have to go in and either rework start to finish or just eliminate it. Is that correct?
I would think so. And again, the process of scattering the organization throughout the building, and this is a prime example of how it's so difficult to eradicate these institutions once they've taken hold.
Yeah, Mr. Schellenberger, I'll just ask you kind of the final question, and that was just, you talked earlier about these types of organizations that are embedded, and then how do you eliminate them? How do you change them?
I mean, you really have, I mean, my view is that you have to shut them down and reconstitute them with different rules, different leadership, personnel as policy. So, I mean, you can't have somebody heading up CISA that thinks it's their job to go around and to censor their fellow Americans. You've got to have somebody there that's really committed to cybersecurity, which is in their name twice. That's how supposedly committed they are to it. So any organization that has that level of mission drift, I think you got to shut it down and reconstitute it later, and I hope Congress considers doing that.
Thank you very much. My time has expired.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Yeah, Ms. Crockett.
We have heard over and over today that the government was coercing social media companies to take down specific content, mainly targeting conservatives. You and I both know this is not true because not one of the dozens of witnesses
Point of
who
order.
came before
What is
this
Ms. Crockett, what is the what's the UC request, Ms. Crockett?
UC request?
For the record, I would like to introduce excerpts from transcripts of interviews with witnesses from the social media companies who this committee interviewed last Congress. They all testified that there was no direct
You
coercion.
just need to put the document in. Point of order, doesn't she just need to put the document in to the record?
No, I need to.
I don't believe that she needs to include any
I'm asking-
explanation.
Ms. Crockett, go ahead and finish your UC request.
It's May 16th, 2023, transcribed interview with a Meta security policy employee who confirmed that Meta's hack and leak policy
Again,
was
point
not
of order,
mandated.
isn't it just the document that goes in?
Without objection. Without objection.
The second one
Without
is.
it will be, we don't need any further description of the document.
We have multiple
Without
transcripts.
objection, without objection.
So all of
We
my
have-
transcripts are in.
Without objection.
Okay.
I'll go to the gentleman from California who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Trump administration issued a series of executive orders that are brazenly illegal and unconstitutional, and that's why federal judges appointed by Ronald Reagan, George Bush, and Donald Trump himself have halted a number of these orders. And none of these orders are designed to lower inflation or lower your costs. Donald Trump campaigned on lowering prices. He lied to you. Congressional Republicans have also done nothing to lower prices. And this hearing is a prime example. This Republican-controlled Judiciary Committee could hold a hearing on price gouging. The Republicans could hold a hearing on antitrust and how monopolies are using their monopolistic power to raise your prices. But no, we're holding a hearing on Twitter and Facebook, about Twitter and Facebook. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna show you a video now of what is at the top of Americans' minds, which is inflation and grocery prices, and specifically the high cost of eggs.
Tonight, shell shock with the price of eggs continuing to soar. The average price for a dozen now more than $5. Eateries coast to coast also feeling the pinch and passing their cost increase to customers. Waffle House diners now paying 50 cents more per egg, a surcharge the company says will be short-lived. We cannot predict how long this shortage will last. What about you personally?
Me personally, I'll just stop eating eggs here.
And since that NBC News report came out, egg prices have increased again. Fox News just recently reported the wholesale price of eggs is now an average of $8. And Donald Trump's indiscriminate tariffs that he's already leveled and threatened to level are making things worse. I'm going to show you a video now of what Donald Trump's tariffs are doing to shoppers at Costco. Trump's tariff war has turned into an egg war at Costco, everyone fighting for eggs at Costco. I recently went grocery shopping, and the price of eggs were between $7.99 and over $12. And not only were the prices that high, but there were no eggs. There are no eggs on their shelves. And that is leading the American people to realize that Donald Trump lied to them, and congressional Republicans are not focused on the issue that the American people care about. And that's why consumer sentiment has now dropped. And that is a very important factor for the economy. I'm going to show you a video about a recent consumer sentiment report.
This Michigan number, all of them are pretty terrible. The University of Michigan sentiment falls to 67.8 from 71.1. The current conditions index 68.7 from 74, and expectations 67.3 from 69.3. So people are not at this point seeing a lot of strength in the economy, but they are seeing inflation. This is really, really interesting. The Michigan one-year inflation number jumps to 4.3%. Wow. That is a 1 percentage point gain in one-year inflation expectations over the January number. 5 to 10-year inflation goes up just a tick to 3.3 from 3.2. But these numbers, we'll have to go under the hood and see exactly where people were upset. But these numbers are not particularly good news for the Fed or for the administration.
And just today, it was announced that inflation increased again. And it's not just on eggs, it's also on meats and poultry and fish, on gasoline, fuel oil, used cars and trucks, prescription drugs, car insurance, and rent. And congressional Republicans are doing nothing to address this issue. So look, do I think it's obnoxious that Twitter bans the term cisgender? You can be punished and suspended for using that term. Sure, it's obnoxious. But that's not what the American people care about. They care about the number one issue, which is inflation. Same thing last year, same thing this year. And Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are doing nothing to address that issue. In fact, Trump's tariffs are making things worse. So I urge our congressional Republicans to get serious and stop doing dumb hearings. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is so wild to me that when we talk about an issue that so much indicts the Biden administration for the laws they were breaking, that the only thing Democrats can do is call it a dumb hearing, talk about bird flu, and say, here's one that one of my colleagues said, Joe Biden is gone and we need to be looking at what's happening right now. They spent the last 4 years talking about Donald Trump after he left office. And now that the American people got what they wanted, which is another 4 years of Donald Trump, they don't want to talk about Joe Biden. You know, I don't want to talk about Joe Biden either, but I do want to acknowledge the lawfare, the censorship, which is the whole point of this hearing. And, you know, I'll mention, I'm glad that inflation was brought up because I do believe that we're going to finally head in a good direction. But my colleague from California just spent 2 minutes talking about eggs and the cost of eggs. The cost of eggs were up a month ago, which is why the Biden administration appropriated or spent $300 million on bird flu. I'm not even going to blame Joe Biden for the cost of eggs or Donald Trump. We got a bird flu going on. And yeah, it's terrible. But let me tell you something else that's terrible. And that is what this committee uncovered that my colleagues from the left said wasn't a real thing. And that is that big tech platforms changed their content moderation policies because of pressure from the Biden-Harris White House. The Biden-Harris White House's censorship campaign targeted true information, satire, and other content that did not violate the platform's policies. No one on the other side of the aisle has indicated that they have a problem with that. They've complained about Elon Musk, who is a private citizen who runs a private company, perhaps not the way they want him to. But they've not acknowledged that the Biden-Harris White House was pressuring and instructing these companies to censor conservative speech or speech that they did not like. I'd love to insert into the record, I don't know if my colleague from Dallas County inserted this letter from Meta's Zuckerberg on August 26. But he spent 2 whole pages talking about all the things that he was pressured to do by the Biden White House. And this was after Trump said, I'm going to lock up anyone who interferes in this election. My colleague from California mentioned that as if that was some terrible threat to make. I'm going to defend the integrity of the election. Well, after Trump said that, this letter came out as if Mr. Zuckerberg was admitting, which he did, that they'd been breaking the law because the White House had asked them to. Mr. Schellenberger, I'll ask you to comment, if you will. I haven't heard any outcry or condemnation from the left about all this censorship from the Biden White House. I want all the censorship to stop. But what am I missing here?
You're not missing anything. I mean, look, the whole censorship-industrial complex was created by Democrats. I mean, it's really quite disturbing and depressing when you think about it. I mean, I was raised on the radical left, and what we had in common with the liberal left was that we supported the Brandenburg ruling. We supported Skokie. We Democrats were supposed to believe in supporting allowing Nazis to march through neighborhoods of Holocaust survivors. That's what the Supreme Court has upheld. That's how radical America's commitment to free speech is. So when I hear members of Congress complaining that people said something racist online and they weren't censored, I'm offended as an American by that. I mean, free speech is we do a lot of things badly in the United States. The one thing we do well and have done well for 250 years is protecting free speech. So when you see an entire political party get behind weaponizing government to put their main political rival in prison, create an elaborate censorship industrial complex, run lawfare, run information operations against their fellow Americans, it's very disturbing. And so I think that the fact that we're still talking about what happened, we should be talking about what happened. It was a woke reign of terror for the last 12 years where people were scared to say their mind in public, in private, and we had these elaborate governmental apparatuses in place to aggressively censor behind the scenes using law enforcement organizations to do it. So I think that the fact that we're all still a little upset about that and that we're very concerned about what the Europeans are doing, I think should be a little bit more understandable for those of us that were raised in the true liberal spirit of the left.
I appreciate that. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous
yields
consent.
back.
Mr. Chairman, a unanimous consent
Gentleman's
request.
recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Supreme Court's opinion in Murphy versus Missouri, especially footnote 4, which states that the factual findings about alleged government censorship on social media, quote,
Point of
appear
order.
to be
Doesn't the
clearly
document
erroneous.
just go in?
Unquote.
Without objection. The gentlewoman from Washington is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are many issues in this committee's jurisdiction that are top of mind for the American people, like the constitutional crisis that we face when the Vice President suggests that we don't need to listen to the judicial branch, or when the administration takes repeated actions to undermine the Article I powers of Congress. Or how about if we use this hearing to take on the giant profiteering corporations that use monopolistic practices to raise prices and drive out competition? Remember when candidate Trump said that he was vowing to reduce prices on day one? Well, here we are, almost 1 month into the Trump presidency, and not only have Republicans done absolutely nothing to lower prices, but their policies are actually driving up prices, as today's financial data showed. But instead of dealing with that, we're here wasting time on repeatedly debunked accusations of censorship, even as the real censorship is happening right before our eyes. Donald Trump's assault on free speech rights through a series of executive orders that dictate terms of allowable expression and identities, demand political loyalty from all civil servants, and punish anyone who dissents. One of the executive orders requires federal government agencies to, quote, remove all statements, policies, regulations, forms, communications, or other internal and external messages that promote or otherwise inculcate gender ideology, and to cease issuing such statements, policies, regulations, forms, communications, or other messages. This executive order has now been used by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to send out guidance prohibiting the use of terms like gender transgender, pregnant person, transsexual, and non-binary. Mr. Aaron, how does this lead to direct or indirect censorship of employees in their role as private citizens?
Well, I think it's very concerning, Congresswoman, the idea that in order to receive government funding to do scientific research, to provide health care, to provide community services, that you have to read from an approved list of words, or if you use one of the words that's on the banned list, you could lose your entire funding. You could have to fire your staff. You could have to get rid of essential programs simply to push, speaking of ideology, an ideological agenda. I think that's very, very worrisome and so unnecessarily cruel on top of it.
Transgender individuals constitute a small but important minority of the federal workforce. They serve in public health, economic, and national security positions alongside thousands of non-transgender coworkers. What impact, Mr. Aaron, does censorship of transgender employees have on the broader federal workforce and its ability to serve the American people?
Well, it forces government employees to essentially go into hiding, to have to hide who they are and what their identity is, to feel that they're being watched by their colleagues, to essentially ask their colleagues to erase their existence, whether that's from government websites or from the ability to simply meet with other people in the government who may share their identity. I think it's a massive overreach that's really an attack on all of us. It's an attack on all of us.
Another executive order directs the termination of all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the federal government. As a result, staff at the National Science Foundation have been combing through thousands of active science research projects alongside a list of keywords to determine whether or not those grants should be halted. These keywords include words and phrases like activism, equal opportunity, institutional, underrepresented, and get this one, women. Do these actions, Mr. Aaron, constrain academic freedom or the ability of researchers to freely express their views?
Well, it seems to be an insane way to decide what our scientific researchers or other researchers should be studying. The idea of cutting off funding via keyword as opposed to evaluating independent academic projects, as opposed to evaluating, is this a good cure for disease? Are we going to be able to research cancer? And the idea that that could be stymied or cut off because somebody used the wrong word, incredibly chilling.
The NSF funds about 25% of basic academic research in the United States, including critical research on medical devices, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence. What effect does mass censorship of NSF-funded research have on our ability as a country to advance scientific and technological development?
The scientists need to be in charge of the science. I think that's what it comes down to. The idea that we are making decisions about what our research priorities should be by inserting AI to look for keywords. AI can barely handle your airline reservations and get it right, or your searches online. So I think it's a big problem.
Expired.
I thank the gentleman, and I
Yield back. Gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, it's humorous to me. President Trump's been in for 3 weeks. It's about 3 weeks, right? And you all are blaming him for the inflation engine that was created over the last 4 years. Come on. Seriously? Realistically? Come on. But let me get to the real issue here. And the real issue, Mr. Chairman, is the censorship that happened at so many levels of our government, at so many levels of our institution, in our media. It penetrated every single level of our society. Let's just look at a little bit of what this committee did over the last few years. Look at social media. The Biden White House colluded with Facebook to silence American citizens. They censored satire. They censored dissent. They censored facts they didn't like. It was censorship, and this committee exposed it. And now even Mark Zuckerberg has to say, in August 2024, he said he publicly regretted, he apologized for what had happened because of the compliance that they had with the Biden administration that used the executive branch inappropriately. But let's talk about more. Let's talk about education. Let's talk about our students and our professors. And they came before this committee too, and they told us how they were punished for holding conservative views, different views than the mainstream. And it could happen to you all. It can happen to somebody with a progressive view or a liberal view. It just isn't right. Every view should be accepted, tolerated, and encouraged in education. They were disinvited, they were deplatformed, they were chased off of campuses by angry mobs. At the University of Buffalo, conservative students were physically attacked. At Cornell, a student called for stabbing and raping Jewish women while professors continued to push blatant anti-Israel objectives. Mr. Aaron, I never heard you say a word about any of this. At Tulane, Jewish students were beaten in a protest while administrators stood by. And at Berkeley Law, and these are just a few examples, student groups created Jew-free zones, banning anyone who supported Israel from speaking, because that's what it was about. Censorship, because our free speech is the most powerful tool that Americans have. This is all censorship. The committee exposed it. Let's talk about health care. Doctors were silenced. Scientists were blacklisted. Intel officers suppressed DOD and FBI findings on the lab leak. Remember the lab leak in Wuhan? Impossible. I said it, man, I was mocked that it really possibly and probably did come from a lab and not from a wet meat market. That was a big joke back then. You were censored. You were censored if you had a different opinion. The CDC and the FDA withheld data on vaccine side effects. It was censorship. And this committee, again, exposed it. The FBI, the Department of Justice, remember that stuff? Spying on conservatives, spying on Catholic churches that were going to, spying on concerned parents and labeling parents who were concerned about their kids and going to school board meetings as domestic terrorists. They were trying to censor them and using FISA, worst of all, to go after millions of Americans inappropriately. It was censorship, and we exposed it. The ultimate censorship, the media, the legacy media, which pretended none of it was happening. Most folks never got to hear about it, didn't even know. There's still a lot of Americans that don't know. It was all censorship. And now I hear the other side lecture us about the abuse of power. Really? Seriously? After what happened after the last 4 years? You gotta be kidding me. It's unbelievable. You know, I was talking to a reporter outside before. They said, you know, what's the one thing you regret? They were doing a little bio on me in your years in politics and government. You know what I regret is that every single American didn't have to sit here in these judiciary meetings and hear what's going on to their country. I wish they knew, and they don't, because the legacy media doesn't let it out, barely covers it, covers a tiny fraction of it. I'm surprised we've survived at all with free speech. Hour after hour, hearing after hearing, case after case, I wish they were here. We fought back. We won for now, but we're in trouble around the world. Our country's in trouble. We still are. We could really be losing our freedom. We could be going into a dark age. Mr. Schellenberger, I have questions for you real quick. I don't have much time. Please, just yes or no. Sorry to do this to you. Has President Trump, to the best of your knowledge, ever pressured Facebook or Twitter to censor true information? Yes or no?
You know, I think you looked into this, right?
I never saw the.
Got to do this quick. I'm running out of time.
We didn't see the request.
Okay. Did President Trump ever, last question, I can't get through them all. I'll ask that they'll be put in the record. Did President Trump ever direct intelligence agencies to work with social media companies to suppress damaging news stories before an election?
Not to my knowledge.
Did President Trump ever label parents as domestic terrorists?
No.
Did President Trump ever spy on Catholic churches?
No.
Did President Trump's DOJ ever pressure big tech to silence political opponents?
Not to my knowledge.
Did President Trump have done any of these things, wouldn't the media say he was abusing power if he had done it?
I'm sorry?
If President Trump had done any of those things, would the media say he abused his power?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this very important hearing on the First Amendment and, of course, censorship. Thank you also for all the panelists for being here. Appreciate your recommendations and contributions. Mr. Aaron, I want to turn to you first. I want to talk about Main Street, back home. We're talking a lot about theories, discussions, but back home, people care about bread and butter issues. Over the past 2 weeks, more than 8,000 web pages on over a dozen government websites were taken down, including over 3,000 pages containing healthcare information. CDC. They were taken down until yesterday when the federal judge actually ordered the public health pages put back up. Some of those pages, information, guidance on vaccinations, on autism. That's what people care about back home. So, Mr. Aaron, we have vaccine mandates, controversial, but regardless of where people stand, how do people react to a situation like this when the information they probably rely on, paid for by federal taxpayer dollars, research on these pages is no longer available to them?
I share your concern, Congressman. I think that we have a big problem, again, with taking the sledgehammer to all of these things.
Censorship.
And is this censorship? Is that the question, sir?
It is.
Well, I want to be clear. The government, does have the ability to say, this is what we're going to put on our websites to a point. They have the ability to say, these are our new priorities, all of these things, right? The problem we have is when that is extended out to stripping away the most basic information that people need for their health. When you're talking about doctors suddenly unable to inform their patients about what's happening, we have a more serious problem. I think that's why the courts have intervened here, because of the misalignment between...
Let me cut you off real quick. I'm just looking at the cdc.gov website. Vaccines and immunizations. There's a little statement here. CDC's website is being modified to comply with President Trump's executive orders. What would a parent say if they saw that?
I think it's just confusion. I don't think people understand, why is the government taking away this basic life-saving information? Why are they taking away information about, diseases
The
that
Autism
people are
Spectrum
suffering
Disorder website. CDC's website is being modified to comply with President Trump's executive order. This disclaimer is everywhere. What's a doctor supposed to do when he reads this?
I share your concern, Congressman, that the idea that we're taking away basic health information, basic scientific information, making it harder for people to just know what's going on, especially when they're dealing with serious disease, serious health problems. It's very unclear to me why this would be a priority for this administration, why they would be trying to take away life-saving information that people rely on.
Is there a chilling effect here on academic research?
No question. No question. There is a chilling effect. Anytime someone has to say, before I can do my job, am I using the wrong words? Anybody who's going to say, if I make the wrong choice in what I say as an independent scientist, does that mean my funding's going to disappear?
17 inspector generals fired. How does that affect academic research, people working in these agencies?
Where is the accountability going to come from? I think that's the question. When you get rid of the inspector generals, where is the independent voice when there is a problem, when people's research is being interfered with, when government processes are broken or ignored?
Mr. Aaron, for people watching this back home on TV, what's an inspector general?
Well, as I understand it, Congressman, the inspector general, right, is an independent office within a government agency tasked with making sure that that agency is following the law, ethics laws, other laws, and the procedures of that agency. So they have investigatory power within an agency to be able to investigate and publicize
to address fraud, waste, and abuse. To address fraud, waste, and abuse.
Absolutely.
And so 17 of them were fired.
The only reason to get rid of all the inspector generals en masse is if you don't want them conducting investigations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aaron. Run out of time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. If it's okay with our witnesses, we'll finish the top row here, and then we'll give you a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back at it. So the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo your comments from your introduction. What a difference several years makes. And while the censorship-industrial complex is on the run, it is not gone. And to that, I just say, thank God for Donald Trump. Thank God for Elon Musk. Thank God for Doge, because we're uncovering that just where the tax dollars are going to fund the censorship-industrial complex. Mr. Schellenberger, the UN finances initiatives related to misinformation management or supports government funding and third-party development of censorship tools and technologies, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that U.S. taxpayer dollars have been used by the UN to develop and implement an AI-assisted fact-checking tool to label speech as misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, toxic or hate speech, correct?
Yes, sir, very disturbing.
In fact, in 2021, the U.S. gave the UN Development Program $190 million in taxpayer dollars. And iVerify, what they've developed, has been tested in 5 countries: Kenya, Honduras, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Zambia. And it's intended to expand to more countries. Does that concern you?
Extremely.
The UN has also partnered with other players in the censorship industrial complex, including CrowdTangle, a Facebook meta-connected fact-checking tool. Meaden got $250,000 from the National Science Foundation for identifying and countering misinformation on closed messaging platforms. An international fact-checking network, IFCN, a grant and fellowship-making organization to help fact-checkers, solution providers, and other eligible organizations launch new and innovative fact-checking programs and initiatives. Do you see iVerify as part of a larger global trend towards centralized control over information?
Yeah, and we didn't have a chance to get to it, but USAID has been pushing digital IDs that would tie people's bank accounts to their social media profiles. I mean, it's out of Black Mirror. I mean, the idea would be that they'd be able to police and potentially debank you for something that you said online. It's extremely disturbing, and I was just kind of shaking my head because after 2 years of this, we just keep discovering more censorship initiatives hidden away in different agencies, the UN, USAID. I mean, it's madness.
It's terrifying. You agree. Programs like iVerify and iVerify, the one you just mentioned as well, could be weaponized by authoritarian governments to silence dissent. And you've seen
by our government
this as well.
Yeah.
Well, of course, by our government as well. And Ms. Subramanya, you've seen this as well.
Absolutely. I've seen the weaponization of government to go after innocent people in my own country, in Canada. The truckers' protest of 2022 was a great example of that, where people who protested, they were debanked. So if you were a grandmother somewhere donating $50 to the protest, you were frozen out of the financial system. And it has a chilling effect to the point that people are now afraid of having their voices heard. They're afraid to express themselves because the consequences of expressing yourself freely in a country like Canada, a G7 country, people are afraid to speak out. And I've only seen this in authoritarian countries that I've lived in. And that is something that should concern us all. And it's happening here.
And it's up to us to lead.
Absolutely.
And do you think that the Biden-Harris administration's hostility toward free speech contributed to the increased attacks on free speech we were seeing abroad, including pressure by foreign governments against American companies to censor lawful speech?
Absolutely. I'm glad you asked that question, Representative Klein. When Elon Musk's free speech rights were being attacked, and they're still being attacked by the EU under the Digital Services Act, there was silence from the Biden administration. You know what that did? That sent a strong message to the rest of the world that the administration could not be relied on to retaliate against governments that suppress the free speech rights of Americans. That's a powerful message, and that's not good.
Absolutely. We have to continue to lead. I'm glad President Trump's leading. I'm glad Elon Musk is leading. I've got a bill in to end iVerify. It's called the End UN Censorship Act. I hope we pass it in this committee and can pass it on the floor. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Committee will come to order. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized. Oh, we got to wait for your witness. I just saw him here, I thought.
I've got some UC requests if you want to.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask for 4 unanimous consent requests in answer to some of the things that just came up. One, an article entitled "Trump Tried to Suppress Free Speech on Twitter," published by the Washington Examiner, February 9, 2023. An article titled "Twitter Kept Entire Database of Republican Requests to Censor Posts," Rolling Stone, February 8, 2023. The Trump administration told Facebook and Twitter to remove posts that call for tearing down Confederate statues. Business Insider, June 26, 2020. And finally, an article entitled, "Yes, the Trump White House demanded Twitter remove Chrissy Teigen's tweet calling Trump a PAB." Vanity Fair on February 8th, 2023.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. With all of the crises that the Trump-Musk tag team has created in the past 3 weeks, it's disappointing, but perhaps not surprising, that the chairman decided to waste everyone's time today by rehashing for the third or fourth time a second-rate conspiracy theory that has been repeatedly exposed, debunked, and thrown out of court. And while we're wasting this time, the country is barreling toward yet another budget crisis as Republicans squabble among themselves. And the president has turned the federal government over to the author of Project 2025 and an unsupervised billionaire, where they're generating a constitutional crisis per minute. Their actions are imperiling both our national security and Americans' health, safety, and economic security. So pardon our frustration that this committee is failing to address the very real and serious issues that are confronting our constitutional republic. Now, this hearing is supposed to address government censorship of free speech. The First Amendment, which protects free speech and a free press, is the bedrock of our democracy. And a democracy only works when its citizens are properly informed. But right now, both free speech and a free press are under attack by this administration and Mr. Trump's billionaire buddy, Elon Musk. In the past 3 weeks, we've seen the Trump administration use the power of the government and its big tech allies, not just to promote their own views and lies about what they're doing, but to punish or silence those who disagree. We've seen the FCC reinstate complaints made by Mr. Trump and his allies against ABC, NBC, and CBS that had already been dismissed as being contrary to the First Amendment, and seen the FCC open new investigations into other news outlets that have aired coverage with which the president disagrees. The White House has gone on a firing spree to silence the independent watchdogs who've exposed alleged corruption and misconduct by, you guessed it, Mr. Musk and the president. Reporters have been evicted from Pentagon office spaces to make room for right-wing media. And just yesterday, the White House barred an AP reporter from the Oval Office because AP made an editorial decision to refer to the Gulf of Mexico by the name by which it's been known for over 400 years. And we've seen books, websites, employees, research, and whole federal departments being purged of speech, information, and work, ranging from healthcare to civil rights to consumer finance, if they don't align with the Trump Project 2025 manifesto. So I agree with Ranking Member Raskin that our country is actually in a First Amendment crisis as a result of the actions taken by the Trump administration and its agents. Mr. Aaron, I wanted to inquire further about the concern raised by you and Mr. Raskin about collusion between the government and powerful tech executives, particularly in the case of White House special government employee Mr. Musk. Mr. Musk has a long history of silencing his critics, but what's different now is that Mr. Musk is a member of the Trump administration, and he's in charge of the extremely destructive rapid, unscheduled disassembly of congressionally authorized and funded government departments. So not only is he an unelected bureaucrat, but as with the rest of this administration, he's resisting all oversight, whether by independent watchdogs, members of Congress who have not abdicated their constitutional duties, or the press. Just last week, as national concerns were mounting about the White House encouraging Mr. Musk to root around in Americans' private, financial, and national security data, a Wall Street Journal investigative reporter managed to uncover concerning information about members of Mr. Musk's shadow government team. Mr. Musk called for the journalist to be fired for reporting accurate information relevant to oversight of the work he's allegedly performing at the direction of the White House, basically for performing a core First Amendment function. So can you comment on the First Amendment implications of Mr. Musk's attacks on journalists, particularly given his new quasi-governmental status and the big tech megaphone that he controls?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I do agree with you that this is really unprecedented, where we see someone with this much government power and this much media power combined together with really no oversight or accountability. So we're seeing, slashing funds that Congress has approved. We don't know what they are. But those trying to report on it, those trying to say who's going in with their laptops into the Treasury Department, into the Bureau of Fiscal Services, into all these places, downloading private information, inserting AI. Reporters are trying to get at that story. Those who did, including uncovering troubling information about some of the people who've been given this immense power and access inside the government, suddenly become targets themselves. And they become targets themselves because of Elon Musk's incredible social media megaphone, which he has used to put his tweets front and center and in front of everybody. So when Elon Musk says this person is a target, they very much become a target. That is what we should be concerned about, that kind of government overreach and censorship, because Elon Musk is no longer just the head of Twitter, the head of X. Elon Musk is a special government employee, meaning he not only combining his media power, but now his massive, massive governmental power, which he's claiming entitles him to cancel contracts and fire people and do away, and he points all of that at a reporter simply trying to do their job. That is government overreach. That is censorship and a violation of the First Amendment, I believe.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would request unanimous consent to enter into the record yesterday's statement from the Associated Press, in which the outlet describes how the White House violated the First Amendment by blocking its reporters from the Oval Office.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the witnesses being here today. The Biden-Harris White House has censored campaigns, and certainly they've targeted information, satire like our friends at Babylon Bee, and other content that did not necessarily violate the platform's policies. Mr. Taibbi and Mr. Schellenberger, I kind of want to dig in a little bit with you guys on the Twitter files and let y'all tell us a little bit about what you found. So, Matt, what was some of the really most revealing things you found as you were going through the Twitter files? And now, Elon Musk, I understand, was a Democrat. You're a Democrat. You've admitted being a Democrat. But now we're seeing a shift. So tell me, Mr. Taibbi, what is it that causes the shift, number one? And number two, what did you find that troubled you the most as you were going through that? And then, Mr. Schellenberger, I'll kind of want to pick your brain a little bit on that, too.
Mr. Congressman, thank you for the question. I don't know the answer to that question of what caused the shift. It's a mystery that we've all been trying to look into for years now. I don't know why there's a sudden concern when Donald Trump or Elon Musk does something, but nobody stood up, even for Democrats, when they had their speech suppressed. In the Twitter files, we found requests from the FBI that Aaron Mate from the Gray Zone be removed at the behest of the Ukrainian Secret Services. Nothing. No major media organizations covered that. In terms of academic freedom, one of the first things that we found was that Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who's in line to be the head of the NIH, that he was on a trends blacklist at Twitter. That was on the first day of the Twitter files we found that. Nothing, nobody covered that. They called it a big nothing burger. Same thing with doctors like Harvard's Martin Kulldorff or the University of California's Aaron Kheriaty. When they criticized lockdowns, they were de-amplified and or removed. So academic freedom, suddenly it's a big concern. I agree it's a big concern, but it's a concern in both places. And so it's very frustrating to see that shift. Michael, do you have a...
Yeah, Michael, if you don't mind, talk a little bit about maybe the Twitter files and, too, the shift and now where you're seeing people who would normally identify as liberal maybe are now coming to the side of our party or to political argument for conservatives to say, hey, free speech matters. What you say, you should be allowed to say what you want to say in a free market. So,
my view is that Democrats will look back at giving up the free speech issue to Republicans as just a catastrophic political failure. I've changed my mind on a lot of issues, written 2 books about it, but I never changed my mind about free speech, never changed my mind about the illegality and immorality of weaponizing government. When you look at the history of it, in the 1930s, the repression by FBI was against the left, against the radical left. You look at the defense of flag burning, that was by the left. You look at defense of free speech, often it's by the left. So it's been a reversal. The left, the Democrats, came to embrace the weaponization of and censorship because they became so powerful and so entitled at ruling under the Obama administration, I believe, and the intelligence services.
I was going to ask you when you thought it started, but you said earlier about about 12 years you could remember, but certainly Biden, Harris kind of doubled down on what Obama started, but go ahead,
Yes.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's right. I mean, I just think Obama, after, 8 years of Obama, they transformed the intelligence community, became much more left-leaning, much more partisan. And so there's an inorganic and an organic part of the weaponization and censorship, but clearly you see people, we reported on the activities of John Brennan, Obama's CIA director, authorizing reverse targeting or bumps to basically instigate the whole Russiagate hoax. You see these partisan actors in the intelligence and the deep state agencies engaging in these activities. You see it with Democrats as well, and that's just bizarre for anybody that's studied this.
Yeah, it's like the chairman mentioned, just the fact that IRS happened to knock on Matt's door the day he was testifying here. The whole system itself, whether it was big tech and the federal government, that is a terrifying option when you see those people working together to target the free speech of American citizens. So, and it wasn't just Twitter, Matt. I think we saw a memo where Meta, you said Meta actually, maybe Facebook had been targeted more, I guess, by the administration, a little more difficult to get their message out, or a little more stringent on how they allowed them to speak freely. So you want to maybe...
Yeah, I mean, this committee did an extensive report on the Facebook files. They uncovered emails showing repeated requests from the White House to de-amplify figures ranging from Tomi Lahren to Tucker Carlson, constantly. And we also found in the Twitter files similar communications from the same people. Also, reporter Alex Berenson found this out about his own account from the New York Times. He found this. They repeatedly pressured Twitter to take down true information, true reports. And these, again, he's not even a conservative. He was a longtime New York Times reporter who was removed from the platform, and again, silence from the mainstream press during that time.
Yeah, I never could figure out who the fact checkers were, Matt. Anyway, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm thrilled that I got to go after Mr. Moore, because I'm hoping that our witnesses today will apply their same strict construction on the First Amendment to the Donald Trump administration. I hope it doesn't matter who you think is violating people's free speech rights, who is doing the censoring, that you will have the same ethics and the same integrity. I myself worked for the ACLU. I represented people whose speech I did not agree with. I believe we need a robust protection of the interchange of ideas. However, today, not last session when we had these hearings, today, the greatest threat to free speech in America comes not from the media, not from big tech, but from Donald Trump himself. And he has just made that plain. You don't even have to look around or have an investigative report. He's just telling us what he's doing. So this hearing today, unless we talk about the Trump administration as well, is not about protecting the First Amendment. Rather, it's a distraction from the fact that the Trump administration is actively working to chill speech, intimidate reporters, manipulate the flow of information, and manipulate the American people. All true First Amendment threats from the leader of the free world. And let's be very clear. Trump thinks the First Amendment only applies to speech he agrees with. His administration, as we've heard, is purging journalists from press briefings, silencing reporters who dare to challenge him. CNN, The Washington Post, The Hill, all evicted from their Pentagon offices and replaced by outlets more favorable to the administration. We just had the recent AP kerfuffle over the Gulf of America. Why? Because this administration does not want accountability. It only wants propaganda. Trump's own media company, Truth Social, same name as what they call the Russian news source, Pravda. Pravda means truth. Did he rip it off from Vladimir Putin or the Soviets who invented that in the first place? And it's not just the press. He's going after whistleblowers, firing inspectors general, purging career government employees who refused to bow to his demand. He's sending a message. Speak out, or simply do what you were hired for, and you will be punished. And he's done this before. He's done it in court cases. He's done it as a private citizen. But now he has the weight of the government behind him. And that is why the First Amendment is implicated. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if they really cared about censorship, they'd be condemning these blatant abuses of power that leave our nation less safe. But instead, they either sit silently or they enable it. So let's talk about big tech. My Republican colleagues spent years attacking social media companies, claiming they were biased against conservatives, also starting their own, all because the Biden administration flagged certain posts, including one telling Americans to drink bleach during the height of the pandemic. But now, big tech, because it's in their financial interest, is cozying up to Trump. They're rolling back content moderation, allowing disinformation and even hate speech to spread unchecked. Reports show that Trump and his allies are pressuring tech companies, making sure their voices are amplified while dissenting voices are drowned out. If you didn't like it during the Biden administration, you have to condemn it during the Trump administration. Facebook, also known as Meta, has gutted their content moderation and safety teams, rolled back hate speech standards, and when Trump was asked if the decision by Meta was a direct response to Trump's threats to Mr. Zuckerberg in the past, he said, probably. Yeah, probably. So when we talk about the First Amendment, it has to apply across the board. I'm frankly glad we're having this hearing today so that we have the opportunity to raise these concerns so early in this very dangerous administration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Kiley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today's hearing is an opportunity to acknowledge the jarring reality that for some years we did not have a functional First Amendment in this country. The vast powers of the federal government were mobilized to do the very thing that the First Amendment forbids, that is, abridge the freedom of speech of American citizens. And by using its influence over a few tech companies, its ability to pressure, to influence, to cajole, the government was able to conduct censorship at a scale and at a breadth that the founders could scarcely even have imagined, and took it to extremes that none of us previously would have imagined. It's now part of the history of this country. It's a chapter in our history that the sitting president of the United States was removed from all the leading social media platforms. The leader of one of the parties, of major parties in our country, was removed from the platforms. It's now part of the history of this country that damaging information about a presidential candidate was suppressed on the eve of the election. And then when it came to perhaps the most significant global event in a generation, COVID-19, the government assured that citizens were not even allowed to provide a truthful account as to how the pandemic began. You were not allowed to say 2 + 2 makes 4. And you also were severely restricted in your ability to provide your opinion on what the proper governmental response was. Folks had their posts deleted for even daring to suggest that a 2-year-old shouldn't be forced to wear a mask for hours on end each day. And of course, as the Supreme Court has repeatedly acknowledged, this has a chilling effect where folks then were forced to steer far clear of whatever that line of censorship might be. And so for every post that was censored, there were many, many other things that were suppressed as a result. I think this is also an opportunity to acknowledge how important the oversight of this committee was. In fact, it is likely some of the most important oversight, congressional oversight that has been done in the history of the United States Congress, is that by exposing what Mr. Schellenberger has called the Censorship-Industrial Complex, We were able to get tangible outcomes where censorship outfits were ended, specific tangible censorship operations were ended. You even had Mark Zuckerberg come out and detail exactly the governmental pressure that was brought to bear upon him. And he even went so far as to say that what Elon did for the Twitter files, Jim Jordan did for the entire industry. But beyond those specific results, I think that this oversight effort has also been successful in preventing censorship from becoming a norm in American life, which is, I think, a very important result. I mean, we forget that freedom of speech is historically anomalous. It's somewhat counterintuitive. It's not even embraced by many of our nominally democratic allies around the world today. And I think we got frighteningly close to this deeply embedded norm of our country's DNA of freedom of speech, of that starting to really weaken. And it's going to be important, I think, going forward to have guardrails in place to assure that these sort of censorship efforts don't repeat themselves. But Mr. Schellenberger, if we accept the premise, which I think is true, of course, that the censorship-industrial complex is on the defensive and certainly in retreat in the federal bureaucracy, we need to stay on guard. But are there other sites where it might be reposed? I mean, you've mentioned global institutions, but in particular, our home state of California, with bureaucracies that are just as, if not more Orwellian than some of these federal bureaucracies, with a governor who has vowed to Trump-proof the state, as well as it being the home to most of the major tech companies. Do you see risks there, and how might we conduct oversight to make sure that doesn't happen?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, our friend and colleague, Andrew Lowenthal, just published a report about efforts at the state level to promote censorship. And as you know, one of the big pieces of censorship that Governor Gavin Newsom promoted and others promoted was having doctors be censored for not prescribing the official orthodoxy when it came to COVID. The other thing that we see is a lot of media literacy programs. They're called media literacy. They're basically just teaching kids to accept whatever the mainstream news media tell them without questioning it. It's the opposite of what John Dewey created with his critical thinking program in the University of Chicago, this incredibly important promotion of the idea of how to think critically, not relying on expert sources, always being skeptical. So I do think there's a lot of work that we need to do, and certainly our home state is a place to start.
Thanks very much. Thanks to all the witnesses for your testimony and your assistance in this entire effort of this committee, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Ballant, you're recognized. Yep, Ms. Ballant, sorry, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's talk about the real censorship that's happening right now. We don't need some complicated, hypothetical, deep state plot, because we are 3.5 weeks into the Trump administration, and it is actively suppressing free speech. And it's textbook authoritarianism. This whole conversation has become so twisted and so confused, so I want to bring us back to some basics. Mr. Aaron, is it accurate to describe censorship as the suppression of certain words that are considered politically unacceptable?
I think if the government is doing that, that smacks of censorship.
Yes. Is it true that the government may intentionally try to chill speech by threatening legal action or other consequences to intimidate a speaker into silence?
That's certainly true.
So censorship can take several forms. It can be the government banning speech. It can be the government creating an environment of fear that suppresses speech. And I want to look at some of the examples that we are seeing right now with Trump attacking free speech. Last week, Trump's guy in charge of the agency that's supposed to ensure fair access to the media and internet, the FCC, his name's Brendan Carr, he opened an investigation of a radio station that reported on an ICE raid. Mr. Aaron, is the government chilling or limiting speech when it threatens to investigate journalists for literally reporting the news?
I think it's a huge problem. The First Amendment protects the rights of reporters to cover what the government is doing. That's what the radio station in California was doing, is it was reporting on something of very important community interest. So the idea the FCC would respond with an investigation with threats is very incredibly chilling to reporters' ability to do their jobs.
Yeah, it's outrageous. These are the normal operations of any news organization. So let's see what it looks like when the Trump administration intimidates and censors Americans. Let's look at something more direct, more immediate. Trump's anti-DEI orders have resulted in a ban on using certain words in federally funded research. And my colleague, Ms. Jayapal, touched on this earlier. I want to pick up this thread. There's a list circulating at the National Science Foundation banning the use of words like disability, socioeconomic, and even women. I mean, it's completely absurd that they're searching for when the word women is being used in federally funded research. Mr. Aaron, is the government limiting speech when it bans the use of specific words like women?
If the government is saying that you will be ineligible for funding based on your free expression, we have a big problem.
We do have a big problem. And Trump has made it clear that one of his biggest targets for censorship is, in fact, American women. On day one, Trump removed any mention of reproductive health resources from government websites. And this purge included information on privacy protections under HIPAA, the law that keeps our health information private. The Trump administration also completely shut down reproductiverights.gov. At the CDC, officials removed contraceptive guidelines and web pages related to HIV testing. In fact, more than 8,000 government websites have been taken down in the last 2 weeks. And this kind of censorship puts American women at risk. Mr. Aaron, is the government limiting speech when it purges websites of previously public information?
I certainly think it is a terrible practice that endangers public health. The government has its own views and they can make their own websites, but the idea that they would strip away basic public health information that people need to make sure their kids are okay, understand what medicines are, all of the research priorities, that seems far out of bounds.
It's shocking. It's shocking. And I want to bring it back closer to home, my home state of Vermont. At the University of Vermont, professors are now fearing that there will be federal retribution based on what they're teaching in class. Scientists can't conduct critical research because the world's largest funder of medical research has banned, again, let me say it again, the use of the word women in research. What we're seeing on the ground is not a liberal social media industry. You want us to believe that the tech billionaires in the front row of Trump's inauguration are fighting for working people, fighting for a liberal agenda? Give me a break. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Fry. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm fascinated by this discussion. I really appreciate y'all lending it because I think one of the biggest issues in this last election was this censorship-industrial complex. Of course, you guys uncovered a lot of that with the Twitter files and the like, and the American people were rightly frustrated that the First Amendment was absolutely bastardized by this last administration. And it happened at the presidential level, and it happened if you were a doctor or if you were an individual concerned about the health and well-being of your family. It happened relentlessly, and we have seen it. And I would think that there might be some recognition on the other side that, you know what, maybe we overextended ourselves. Maybe we should not have gone this far to corrupt the First Amendment the way that we did. But I'm not really hearing that today. Congressman Fitzgerald briefly touched on the State Department's Global Engagement Center, and I'd like to continue that discussion on how the Biden-Harris administration used the GEC to demonetize domestic media outlets and conservative voices. Mr. Taibbi, the Washington Examiner journalist Gabe Kaminsky reported that after Republicans ended funding for the GEC, the Biden-Harris administration made a last-ditch effort to keep it afloat by realigning GEC staff under a new entity, the Counter Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference Hub. Would you say that this hub was just simply a rebranding of the GEC?
Yes, Congressman, absolutely. It's a rebranding. Its mission statement is identical to the mission statement of the GEC as described in 2018 legislation.
Is the rebranding of the GEC an attempt to continue censoring information then, particularly conservative voices that the former administration and its allies deemed to be bad information?
That would be my impression. I think it's important to talk about what Gabe Kaminsky found when he did his series in the Washington Examiner, that the GEC was funding organizations like the Global Disinformation Index and the Institute for Strategic Dialogue. So American money, taxpayer money is sent overseas to foreign entities, which in turn are scoring domestic media outlets and sending that information to digital advertisers like Xandr and other companies. So we have upranking of the Washington Post, Politico, NPR, downranking of the Federalist, Washington Examiner, and other organizations. So we're picking winners and losers, and I say this not as a political conservative, but that's the facts of the situation, is that that's what that money was going for.
Thank you for that. And what role do you think Congress should take to stop those practices from occurring in the future?
I think that, the idea of preventing the spending of money on media scoring operations and picking winners and losers, it's not the government's job to try to help one media company succeed over another. That's one of the reasons why we have such terrible media, frankly, is because companies that do a terrible job reporting, they should be accountable to the market, and when they have artificial ability to survive thanks to these subterranean maneuvers, that's one of the reasons why we have such a bad press.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. Following this committee's work last Congress, a group of advertisers actively colluded against conservative media shutdown. Mr. Schellenberger, what role should Congress, the FTC, the DOJ have in preventing the next GARM from resurfacing and colluding to the detriment of speech?
Eternal vigilance. I mean, and God bless you all for what you did around GARM. I mean, it was incredible. This was one of the stories that we uncovered. We had a whistleblower bring to us something called the Cyber Threat Intelligence League, which was an early censorship effort in 2019. And they were basically taking all of these military tactics developed abroad for counterinsurgency, repurposing them into a new manual, a new handbook for how to do it at home. And it included this advertiser pressure, which has been a key component of it. So you can see multiple things are going on. They're creating these supposed non-governmental organizations to then flag information to be censored, and they're putting pressure on the advertisers. They're trying to change the terms of service at the social media companies. I mean, one of the things that Matt just talked about is this group Internews, which we just discovered like 5 minutes ago, which has been spending hundreds of millions of dollars, and the head of it has been out there, World Economic Forum, advocating, pressuring advertisers. That's our taxpayer money going to an organization that's out there demanding pressure on advertisers to demand more censorship of social media platforms.
And so by default, at least under the old regime, the American taxpayer is funding the demise of the First Amendment if we don't do anything about it.
And the good news is that if you defund the thought police, there's not that many there's not many people out there that want to independently fund the thought police. And so if the government stops funding it, we do think it'll shrink quite a bit.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. McBath for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank each of you for being here today and giving us your witness testimony. I have read your testimonies. And I want to say we as Americans have fantastic opportunities endowed by our First Amendment protections. We're given the chance to be a better informed and more expressive society. But with such privileges comes a great deal of responsibility. Many of us get our information from the news, and yes, we're getting it from social media too. We share our musings or our special moments and photos of our meals. Many of our children are either or they will soon be on social media and will have a direct line to the world with all its information and misinformation. As online bullying grows in its prevalence, the role of regulation and responsibility of social media companies becomes substantially significant. In the same way you cannot believe everything that you hear and everything that you see, you cannot trust that people will be any more honest online behind the veil of the internet and a keyboard. On many of these social media sites, a 50-year-old man can pose as a 15-year-old girl, and a potential predator could pose as your child's very best friend. Sensitive information like personal details or photos are too often shared without the consent of those depicted, and we've begun to see the terrible impacts of bullying online and shaming. There are far too many stories of parents that are losing their children to self-harm because these companies either don't take action fast enough or downright fail to implement policies to keep our kids safe. We recently celebrated the passage of my bipartisan law to protect our kids from online exploitation and empower law enforcement to catch predators who have sensitive or explicit material. And I want to recognize those families of young people who have been lost to instances of online targeting for their courage and strength in sharing their stories. I know how difficult it can be, and we're grateful to have you with us in the fight to change our laws and hold these companies accountable. But let's be honest. Today's hearing is a distraction and undermines the very real pain and confusion that far too many families feel when some of the most powerful tech companies in the world fail to protect our children. Social media companies bear the responsibility of preventing harm and monitoring sensitive content that can endanger our loved ones and should not be intimidated by the powerful few when enforcing safety standards. Those of us on this side of the aisle, at least, are focused on the needs of American families over the needs of a wealthy few who attempt to control the flow of information online and in our media. We will hold them accountable. Mr. Aaron, my question is for you. If social media platforms are prohibited from enforcing their community safety standards and news media outlets are unable to carry out responsible journalism for fear of retaliation by extremely wealthy individuals, how are these platforms likely to change?
Well, I do think we have a concern if, social media platforms aren't able to make their own decisions as private companies about and be responsive to the needs of their users who have asked for them to, address the kinds of threats and dangers that you're talking about. And we want them to be able to do that without fear of government retribution. Their own users are not telling them that they want them to keep up hateful content, calls to violence, and obviously anything illegal they should act on, but their own users are asking them to moderate content to improve their experience. I believe that as private companies, they do have their own rights, their own speech rights to make some of those decisions. If we force them, I think that's a problem. I don't think that's the role of the government. I think it's the role of the users to keep them accountable. I've spent a lot of time haranguing these companies, as I'm sure others have. We're going to have to continue to do that. I think when it comes to the media, obviously, if they are living in fear of retribution, they are under the thumb of the administration. Their bosses are signaling that they will not back them up when their journalists are out there trying to report. Then we have a serious concern, and I think a real threat to free speech.
Well, thank you so much, and I think we're on a slippery slope here in this country, and just thank you for your testimony, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to our witnesses. Today, we are here to discuss censorship. And one of the most alarming fronts in the battle against censorship is the left's early attempts to control and to overregulate artificial intelligence. Instead of fostering innovation and ensuring AI serves the American people, Democrats have rushed to impose sweeping limitations and restrictions that have silenced voices, that have distorted facts, and that have the potential to undermine our competitiveness in the global stage. There's growing evidence that artificial intelligence chatbots and models refuse to answer certain questions or can give skewed responses based on political bias. The Biden administration and blue states pushed heavy-handed regulations with an approach that wasn't protecting Americans from real harm, like China's AI-driven propaganda or deepfake fraud. Instead, it was about controlling speech. Some proposals even suggested that AI-generated content should be pre-approved by the government. That's not guardrails. That is a ministry of truth. America leads the world in technology because we champion free thought, open debate, and competition. If we overregulate AI and stifle free speech, we won't just lose those values, we lose our technological edge to nations who do not share our commitment to freedom. Mr. Taibbi, I would like to start with you. Do you think AI censorship has the potential to be more insidious than social media censorship because it's baked into underlying algorithms, making it harder to detect by the average user once it is there?
Congresswoman, thank you for the question. I absolutely do think that. In fact, that was a critical reason I think that a lot of us were alarmed. When we worked in the Twitter files, we were very fortunate, thanks to the freak accident of an overcaffeinated billionaire deciding to dump all the stuff into the public. We got access to all these emails showing the decision processes that led to all these different people being flagged or censored or removed, on the left and the right, frankly. But AI has with that technology, there's the possibility that there would be no trace of anything. You could just give it some general guidelines and the entire process could be automated and it wouldn't leave that kind of a trace for us to sift through later on. That's why I think there was a significant alarm, from what I understand, talking to sources in Silicon Valley last spring, that after having some discussions with the Biden administration about their plans for AI going forward, that was one of the reasons why there was a sudden shift in the donations from Silicon Valley from one party to the other.
And if AI models are programmed to reinforce one political perspective while shutting down another, what impact do you think that will have on the public discourse, most especially for our young people who are receiving a significant amount of information from chatbots and artificial intelligence?
Well, I think it's very scary, because one of the things that we found, again, in the Twitter files is we were asking ourselves the question, well, how are they doing this? How are they picking which topics to look at or which posts to look at? And ultimately, we figured out that essentially they were pre-choosing narratives and then looking for posts that fell into the bucket of things that might constitute violations. So for instance, things that might have promoted vaccine hesitancy, even if it was true information, even if it was somebody who took the shot and died for an unrelated reason, or somebody who had an unpleasant experience getting vaccinated, that would fall into the bucket of something that would promote hesitancy. And AI would be far faster at doing the work of identifying narratives and identifying posts that fall into those narratives. Now, the thing that's offensive about this to me as a journalist, again, is that this has nothing to do with the accuracy of the underlying material. It's the narratives that are important in this entire world, and that's what's scary.
What can Congress do, or perhaps more importantly, should Congress not do, to help support an information ecosystem that is fair, open, and unbiased?
I think it's more in the direction of what they shouldn't do. Shouldn't get involved. I mean, I think the nightmare scenario is what we're already seeing play out in Europe with the Digital Services Act, where you have this gigantic sort of retinue of what they call trusted flaggers going through information and constantly deciding which narratives are acceptable, which ones aren't. That's what we can't have. We cannot allow that to exist either formally or informally, which is what we saw already happening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, to the witnesses here today. As my colleagues have said, the free press has played a fundamentally important role throughout American history. Investigative journalists have exposed corruption, exploitation, discrimination, and yes, government lies. So for all those reasons, I'm a little surprised that my colleagues from across the aisle, my Republican colleagues, would have chosen to revisit this topic. After all, it draws attention to the fact that Shadow President Musk, who's currently serving as a quote-unquote special government employee, is also using a social media platform that he owns and controls to circulate deceitful propaganda on behalf of the regime that he serves. Mr. Aaron, let me ask you a few questions. How do lies coming from someone designated as a government employee damage the flow of accurate information to the American people?
Well, you know, I think the American people have expectation that their leaders should be doing everything they can to tell them the truth. So obviously, if they're being fed falsehoods, that's a huge problem, and it creates, obviously greater distrust in government, and often, obviously leads to things that government leaders don't want the public to know about.
And have you seen those types of falsehoods on exhibit since the President Trump was inaugurated?
Well, I imagine there's a long history in the government of some people not telling the truth. Certainly, President Trump has very often misled people, relied on falsehoods, exaggerations, and the like. And yes, I think it's very concerning.
And what does it mean for a democracy when its richest citizen is using both major social media platform that he owns and his official status as a special government employee, what that title gives him to undermine the free press?
Well, I think that the American public has a lot of people are questioning what power does that title give him? Where are the limits on Elon Musk's power? What is he being allowed to do? And for him at the same time to be able to control a powerful social media platform and dictate those terms, it's one thing to be the leader of a media company. It's another to be a leader of the government. When those two things are combined, I think that is where we get into a very troubling area.
And that's the ride that we're in right now. One last follow-up, Mr. Aaron. Since Shadow President Musk stood next to President Trump to make the claim that, quote, all of their actions are maximally transparent. When leaders use the tactics you just described, are they generally trying to be more transparent or less transparent?
Well, in my experience, Congressman, when they're so loudly proclaiming how transparent they're being while not sharing information, that usually means people are covering things up and don't want the public to know what they're doing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Sir, I yield my time to the chairman.
Appreciate the gentleman yielding. Mr. Taibbi, is censoring false speech okay?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, no. The government has no role. I was
Not supposed to censor false speech, not supposed to censor wrong speech, not supposed to censor stupid speech. I mean, Congress is guilty of doing stupid speech probably every day. You're not supposed to do that because we have a First Amendment, and the answer to stupid and false and wrong speech is more speech. That's the First Amendment in and of. I mean, that's it. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
But it was particularly troubling in the last administration that they censored so much speech that wasn't false. And that would have been bad. That would have been wrong. That's a violation of the First Amendment. But they censored so much, and you've referenced it multiple times, whether it was Dr. Bhattacharya or Mr. Berenson, a journalist for the New York Times, things they said about COVID that actually turned out to be true, and that was censored.
Right, that was censored, but the most dangerous misinformation of all is almost always comes from the government under the previous administration, and possibly even this one, who knows, but the Biden administration was consistently wrong in its COVID messaging.
I think they were wrong about everything.
Yeah.
They told us that it didn't come from the lab. Sure looks like it did. And number of government agencies that they, I think, got all the smartest bureaucrats in the world say it came from the lab. I think including the FBI, for goodness sake, something we've had a lot of problem with. They said it wasn't our tax dollars used at the lab. Yes, it was. They said it wasn't gain-of-function research done at the lab. Yes, it was. They said the vaccinated couldn't get it. Yes, they could. They said the vaccinated couldn't transmit it. Yes, they could. They said masks work. No, they didn't. And then they said the 6 feet social distancing was based on science. And Dr. Fauci said in a deposition, I was there, and he said they kind of made it up. It wasn't based on science. So I think that they were 0 for 8. But that's exactly the stuff. If you disagree with any of those 8 positions, that's what they attacked. So it was even worse. It wasn't like false speech, which is bad enough. It was actually accurate stuff. And you have to take my word for it. Mr. Zuckerberg wrote the committee a letter and said it was those kind of things relative to COVID that the Biden administration, day after day, pressured them to censor. That's scary. And here's the thing we've forgotten. I don't think this has come up. I don't think it's come up in the hearing yet. We've been at this, 3.5 hours. That administration actually tried to set up a commission to police speech. It was called the Disinformation Governance Board, as if a bunch of other bureaucrats could further tell us, no, you can't say that. They were going to do it. What was her name? Miss Jankowicz. Jankowicz was going to lead this thing. You're like, what? This is crazy. So, Miss Subramanya, we were pretty close to being as bad as all the other countries you've talked about. And frankly, your country, Canada, we were right there, but for the work of folks like you and others highlighting this. I'll let you finish up and talk about just how dangerously close the United States, with the Constitution, with the Bill of Rights, with the First Amendment, with free speech, how close we were to having a disinformation governance board, for goodness sake.
Absolutely. Here was an unelected bureaucrat who was going to tell you what the truth was, and she was going to be the arbiter of the truth. And I think the United States came pretty close to the kind of situation that you see in Canada. I just want to say a quick thing about billionaires. You know, billionaires have come up in the conversation here quite a bit, but I don't recall anyone objecting to George Soros. I don't recall anyone objecting to Bill Gates. All these people were meeting politicians on the other side of the aisle and setting the agenda behind closed doors. What's different now, in my opinion, is the fact that we have transparency. It's only been a few weeks, but the fact of the matter is that Musk posts everything online. President Trump has been extremely transparent about what he's campaigned on, and he's carrying out that agenda. So I welcome the transparency. It's still early days. This administration should be criticized if they're crossing the line and where First Amendment rights are under threat. But, the transparency which we see right now is very welcome. And, so I just find that the hypocrisy of picking on one billionaire and leaving out the rest is a little jarring.
Yeah, and he's maybe, when you talk about transparency, he's certainly willing to answer the press's question, probably more than any president certainly more than the last one. Certainly more than the last one. I yield back to the gentleman from Texas, and thank you for yielding.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member, and I appreciate the witnesses for being here today. I just want to break some things down for us lay people. So, Mr. Taibbi, first, would you agree that Congress is part of the government?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
and
not the
Mr.
executive.
Aaron, thank you. And Mr. Aaron, would you agree that the president, the executive branch, is part of the government? Yes or no?
I would agree.
Okay. Yes, the president is the government. Okay, so now I'd like to talk about what is a public figure. It is a person who has achieved fame, prominence, or notoriety through achievement, luck, action, or in some cases, through no purposeful action of their own. So members of Congress, many journalists, and some of you here are public figures. And yes, the President of these United States, by virtue of the position, is a public figure. And as a public figure, under well-established law, there is a higher threshold for defamation. You have to prove actual, purposeful malice, because as a public figure, you are open to criticism. We all are. So what is censorship? It is when the government dictates what you can and cannot say. Essentially tells you to shut up. It's the equivalent of a very loud shh. And so what happens when you don't shh? When you express yourself, when you share an opinion that doesn't square with someone's idea of truth or that they feel hurts them. Well, hello, defamation. It's lawsuit time. And so if you defame someone, they can sue you. And if you win, you can seek things like monetary damages, money, an injunction, precluding you from doing what you did again in the future, or a retraction. You better say sorry. My bad. But the ultimate result is to shut someone up and to make others rethink speaking up. Now, I don't think you all want to be told to shut up, or do you? Do you want to be made to shut up? I don't think so, because that's censorship, dictating, defining what someone can or cannot say. So since 2016, this president, now the government, has sued the Washington Post for defamation, seeking $3.78 billion in damages over something about porn and banking. He sued ABC News for defamation, and they agreed to pay him millions of dollars and say sorry. He sued a local Wisconsin TV station for defamation over a campaign ad. Talk about thin skin. Sued CBS News for deceptive, false, or misleading acts in commerce, seeking $10 billion over an interview. And then Meta got sued for the opposite, for actually taking down Trump's account after January 6th. When January 6th did happen, people killed a member of the Capitol Police. There were cop killers in that bunch who got pardoned. But I digress. And Meta agreed to pay $25 million, having some of the money go to the presidential library. Trump's friend got hired. They said no more fact-checking. So in my hood, that's what somebody would call a shakedown. And then sued CNN for defamation. For one, allegedly comparing Trump to Hitler, and two, describing Trump's false claims that he won the 2020 election. So lots of defamation lawsuits from Trump, a lot of chilling effect, intimidation, silencing, and fear. And if the government can come after CNN and Meta, then surely the government can come after any American that says something the government, this president, doesn't like. So I was struck by the CNN defamation lawsuit because Trump sued them for the use of the phrase "the big lie" in connection with his 2020 election loss challenge. But Fox News, arguably the largest media outlet in the country, called Arizona in the 2020 election for Biden. And Trump didn't sue Fox. Same story, very different treatment from the president. And then there's Hitler. So a CNN correspondent allegedly compared Trump to Hitler, and then J.D. Vance, a public figure who wrote a book that became a movie, who was on the circuit promoting the book, texted a former Yale roommate actually calling Trump America's Hitler. And this America's Hitler text was shared in news outlets around the country. But only CNN gets sued, and J.D. Vance gets picked as Trump's vice president. Such duplicity and a profound abuse of the laws of defamation, because it's not really about defamation, it's about censorship by this president, supported by this Republican government. And I could not find a single president in the history of this country who sued someone or an organization for defamation, nor could I find a single president who tried to lower the bar for defamation lawsuits against the media. Note, true statements and expressions of opinion are inherently not defamatory. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
This committee has worked tirelessly over the past 2 years to expose the censorship-industrial complex and how censorship has permeated so many of our once trusted institutions. We have confirmed, for example, that the Biden administration pressured and coerced Facebook, Meta, and other social media companies to remove true and accurate content, including the fact that the Hunter Biden laptop, in all of its horrific glory, did in fact belong to him and was an honest depiction of not only his life, but of his corruption. We exposed the World Federation of Advertisers, or WFA, and its evil spawn, the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, or GARM, as being in reality a $1 trillion antitrust operation designed to prevent conservative media from generating revenue through advertising sales. We informed the public that their government, a government that they pay for, was using third parties to prevent them from obtaining accurate information about COVID-19 and the efficacy of the vaccines. We exposed the long-term effort by our so-called political betters to censor our speech, to prevent us from freely exercising our religion, to prohibit us from assembling peaceably, to destroy freedom of the press, and to block our ability to petition our government for redress, the 5 pillars of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. To say that what we learned is frightful and frightening is an understatement. It is the absolute antithesis of a free society. If we cannot speak truth to power, we have no power. If the government can block the dissemination of valid, legitimate, and accurate information about our very health care, then we are serfs, not free people. If the entire mainstream media complex is turned into a government mouthpiece, corruption becomes the order of the day, and freedom, equal protection, the rule of law, and accountability mean nothing. There were numerous people who helped expose this scandal, including several on this panel today, and the American people thank you. Your willingness to take on the censorship industrial complex is admirable, and
and it is not hyperbole to say that you had a hand in saving our republic. We also learned that this censorship apparatus was not limited to just a few federal employees, but was a whole of government approach that was launched to protect the Bidens, Fauci, Mayorkas, and others, while targeting Trump supporters and the disfavored. And here we are, the dust has largely settled, and we have wrested control away from would-be dictators. Pulled back the curtains and turned the sunlight on to disinfect the dark, dank corners of Washington, D.C. Yet I am not aware of anyone who created this censorship infrastructure being held accountable for the last almost 10 years of relentless, well-funded, and well-orchestrated attempt to nullify the First Amendment. Here is my question. Are any of you aware of any political leader or federal employee being held accountable, either by being reprimanded or fired, being sued, or having criminal charges brought against them for violating Americans' First Amendment rights? Mr. Schellenberger?
The only person I can think of is Nina Jankowicz, who was basically forced to step down.
She didn't get a job.
What's that?
She didn't get the job.
Yeah, she just didn't get the job.
Mr. Taibbi, are you aware of anybody being punished?
No, I can't think of anybody.
Mr. Aaron?
Based on your description, I don't.
Mr. Subramanya?
I'm not aware of any politician anywhere on the planet, anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, who's been held to account for violating people's free speech rights.
So don't you find it strange that the architects of this situation have not been held accountable for violating our rights? On his first day in office, President Trump issued an executive order prohibiting federal officials from engaging in censorship and directing reviews of previous federal involvement in censorship. And I think that's a good first step, but I don't think it's enough. I believe that Congress must act to defend the First Amendment, which is why I developed legislation with Representative Dan Bishop last Congress, now introduced in this Congress as the First Amendment Accountability Act, which aligns with the President's executive order, but it has actual teeth in it. And what my Accountability Act says, that it creates a federal version of 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, a civil rights statute. And it says that should a federal employee deprive any person of their First Amendment rights, the employee shall be held liable to that person for damages, a suit in equity, or other proper proceeding for redress, including the award of attorney's fees.
Will the gentleman yield for a friendly question?
No, I will not.
For a friendly
Aaron?
question?
No, Mr. Aaron, do you believe that an individual employed by President Trump in the White House should be able to violate your First Amendment rights to censor your speech? Yes or no?
No, I don't think it should be censored.
So I take it that you support my First Amendment Accountability Act to make sure that such an action never happens, and if it did, that you would have a remedy to protect yourself. Is that right?
I would be happy to look at the legislation and the text you've prepared.
And as to each of the rest of you, Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Schellenberger, and Ms. Subramanya, do you believe that the First Amendment Accountability Act is a good idea?
I do.
Sounds good to me, but I'd love to read it.
I support it.
Thank you. I yield back.
Just as importantly, the chair and the ranking member support the legislation. It's a good bill. And with that, we yield to the gentleman. First full committee hearing, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when I got to Congress, I wanted to be on the Judiciary Committee, but I was placed in purgatory with Comer. And I was worried about all the stuff that I was going to be missing in Judiciary. Chairman Jordan started today the hearing. He said, what a difference 4 years makes. Well, apparently not, because today is Groundhog Day. So I just want to thank the chairman. He knew I had FOMO, missing out on all these hearings. And so I brought pictures of the chairman doing this hearing. So here's one picture from March 9th, 2023. He did this hearing. Then on March 30th, he did the hearing again in 2023.
Different tie. Different tie.
We'll get there. We'll get there, Mr. Chairman. Here's one from July 20th, doing the same hearing. November 30th, same hearing. Okay, February 6th, the same hearing. There's so many more. April 11th, identical hearing. And finally, May 1st, the same hearing. So by the way, anyone keeping score, the chairman wore a red tie, 4 of those hearings, a yellow tie 3 times. But today, at the 8th hearing, we are even now. Today is yellow tie day, so 4 yellow ties, 4 red ties. I tried to match you, Mr. Chairman, but mine's a little more gold. I will work on the hue, but it is the golden age. Golden age. But at least I now know what to get the chairman.
The gentleman yield?
For Christmas. Well, I'll yield in a second.
Okay.
But Mr. Chairman, don't let Comer out-Comer you. I mean, James is out there comering around with new falsehoods, and we're doing a hearing that we've done 8 times. If you need some ideas, we got some. I mean, I feel bad for the ranking member. I mean, ranking member Raskin came all the way over here from oversight. We had a vote. In fact, several of us came over here from oversight. So if you need some ideas from us, we'll gladly assist. But look, we're doing free speech, okay? So since we're doing free speech and censorship, I want to talk about a former friend of this committee and winner of the Nazi of the Month Club, Kanye West. And while there are no eggs on the shelf, there is definitely egg on your face. Last week, there were an endless amounts of Nazi tweets by Kanye West. I'm going to read some of them. I love Hitler. I'm a Nazi. Jews were better as slaves. Hitler was so fresh. I can say Hitler as much as I want. It went on for days. If that wasn't enough, he ran a commercial during the Super Bowl, directing people to his website. And the only thing the website was selling was a shirt with a swastika. So the marketplace of ideas. They say, oh, Jared, but it's the marketplace of ideas. Well, as we mainstream Nazis, what happens when Nazism becomes the marketplace? The chairman said he's worried about Europe. Maybe we should go to Europe. While we're there, maybe we should go to Auschwitz to see what happens when you mainstream Nazis. Mr. Schellenberger would say, but Jared, free speech is absolute. Don't be a censor. But actually, Kanye accidentally disproved that idea. He proved that free speech is not absolute. You see, what happened was he started posting porn on X. And then all of a sudden, the conservative free speech masters of the universe were outraged. Elon unfollowed him and then labeled Kanye's account. So imagine if Kanye had only posted Nazi porn. Well, Mr. Schellenberger and other conservatives would be saying, well, the Nazi part is okay, as long as they keep their clothes on. So remember, if you're a Nazi, just keep your SS uniform on. Don't take it off, because that's when we're gonna get to censorship. And so, look, this is a hearing about free speech. My colleague from Texas said nobody blamed Biden for the cost of eggs, and he has every right to say it because it's free speech. But that is total bullshit, okay? All of my colleagues were blaming Biden from eggs. Former President Trump blamed him on October 26th before the election, blaming him for the price of eggs. So let's get some grip. Now, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to you.
Well, I was just going to ask a question. If we ask our witness, but I'll ask you since it's your time. If you're going to have 8 hearings on something, I can't think of something much better than protecting the fundamental liberty that makes this, as Ms. Subramanya said last Congress, that is the hallmark of Western civilization, the ability to debate and protect the most fundamental right we have. Because all the other rights in the First Amendment don't mean squat if you can't talk. And that's what we're defending. So we should have maybe had 9 or 10 hearings, because the First Amendment and free speech is so darn important. And I would just maybe ask Mr. Schellenberger, Mr. Teichman, you think we could have more hearings on something this important?
Well, first of all, Congressman, thank you for your advocacy for UAP disclosure. I'm glad that we agree on that one, and I'm right there with you on that all the way. I'm with the Supreme Court on this issue of Nazism, aren't you? I mean, do you disagree with the Brandenburg decision?
So the answer...
And the Skokie ruling?
Reclaiming my time, I know we're over, Mr. Chairman, so I'll land the plane for you. What you're describing is a time when 2 or 3 or a dozen Nazis could march in a neighborhood. Things have changed dramatically when a Nazi with 30 or 40 or 50 million followers can build a whole platform behind being a Nazi. You don't have to listen to me, look at the data with what's going on in anti-Semitism in Europe and in this country. That's not happening because 20 Nazis marched in a community. It's happening because we're allowing it to proliferate in an online platform. And so I would say, Mr. Chairman, you're right. Freedom of speech is super important. but you guys won the election. I've never seen a team win the game and then go out and be like, the refs. You guys won. It's over.
But do you think
we lost? Biden's back in the basement where you say he lives. You know, like, we're good.
But Congressman, do you really think that the founders meant for a new media technology like radio or telegraphs to change the First Amendment? I mean, did they write the First Amendment and say, well, but if a future technology comes along, like the telegraph or the television, the radio, then we're going to go ahead and get rid of the First Amendment?
Oh, no, we're not getting rid of it.
But why change
Time of the
it?
gentleman has expired. We got others.
Looking forward to more talks later.
Yes. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. In 2020, what you were viewing on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter wasn't an organic news feed. It was a state-approved news feed curated by the Biden-Harris administration. This might sound familiar. This news feed is brought to you by Pfizer. This news feed is brought to you by the Biden-Harris administration. This news feed is brought to you by the big Russia lie. And we know it's true because 51 intelligence officers said it was, right? Wrong. Republicans, conservatives, and America First patriots endured years of gaslighting, censoring, demonetization, suspension, debanking, collusion to deplatform, and every restriction of free speech imaginable, all under the Biden-Harris administration. In the past 7 years, we have witnessed the greatest assault on the First Amendment in American history. But remember, the Democrats are the party of preserving democracy, right? We expected this type of censorship from the Biden-Harris administration, but what we didn't know was how coordinated their efforts were with big tech companies like Meta, Amazon, and Twitter. What I want to talk about today are the groups responsible for this censorship. Now, Twitter has been saved thanks to Elon Musk, but Meta remains in the hands of the very people who worked with the Biden administration to silence our voices. I know that Meta recently changed their policies concerning censorship and free speech, but who's to say that those changes will be permanent? Let's talk about Meta's political content figure, which magically disappeared upon the new Trump administration. Will this political content filter magically reappear if the Democrats take back the White House at some point in the very distant future? Will voices like mine and many of my colleagues in this room be suppressed ahead of the midterms? These are all questions that inquiring minds really want to know. Now, you might have noticed that recently Mark Zuckerberg has been on the press tour to repair his pro-censorship image. But those of us who have been subject to censorship, especially this U.S. congressman, I don't forgive and I don't forget quite so easily. Let's not forget that Meta banned the sitting president of these United States of America from Instagram and Facebook. And interestingly enough, Meta banned President Trump before Biden even took office. So you can't defecate on the president's First Amendment rights and call it chocolate pudding at this point. And just because you give him $1 million ex post facto does not change the fact that you did this and this actually happened. I've seen Democrats on TV for the past week scream, Elon Musk, Musk. It's been quite invigorating, actually. I'm really enjoyed it. And what's funny about it to me is that you're mad at the guy that found the fraud, but not mad at the people that wasted your money. Here in Congress, we clearly can't cut a budget, so I really thank Elon for doing our job for us. Mr. Schellenberger, thank you for being here, sir. As a leading expert in the suppression of freedom of speech, what is the most egregious example of censorship from Meta that has occurred during the Biden administration, in your humble opinion?
I mean, probably the censorship of what Facebook itself called true stories of vaccine side effects. These are ordinary moms and dads who are describing the impact of vaccine on their kids, and they were censored without their knowledge and against the opinion of Facebook's own executives who said, if you want to increase vaccine hesitancy, there's no better way to do it than to censor people that are trying to share those stories. I mean, that's the most fundamental kind of conversation that we should be allowed to have between ordinary folks, and Facebook secretly censored it at the behest of the Biden administration.
Do you see a return to some of the policies that I was referring to with Meta in terms of, the upcoming election, the upcoming midterms, the future. I understand right now it's really cool because President Trump won, so now you want to be in the cool guy club. But what measures do you think need to be done, or do you see a potential return to that if we don't get this right, in the next, 18 months?
I mean, I think, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think Zuckerberg, his statements were amazing recently, but of course, he had made similar statements, including defending Holocaust denial on Facebook in 2019. He went back on that, as you mentioned, he deplatformed the president. So not super reliable, so I do worry about that. I think the most important thing for Congress to do is to find every penny that's going to censorship activities in the federal government, phase them out, and then some investigation to hold the right people accountable. Because I'm with you, I was censored on Facebook for sharing true information as well, and I won't easily forget it.
Thank you very much. See you back to the remainder of my time. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. The mayor of New York, gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of the 8 hearings on this topic, I do give you credit. This is only the 3rd one with these same witnesses. This one, though, introduces a new wrinkle: censorship by foreign countries, of course, which Congress has no jurisdiction over. So I do give you some credit because at least the first 2 with them had something to do with our jurisdiction.
Gentleman yield?
Not yet.
Okay.
Now, let's look at what has happened over the past 3 weeks. Donald Trump pardoned more than 1,500 criminals from January 6th, including hundreds who were convicted of assaulting police officers. So much for backing the blue. He tried to freeze all federal funding, SNAP benefits, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, tax refund checks, you name it. He illegally fired senior officials and inspectors general, and even the director of the Office of Government Ethics, because they might, God forbid, provide accountability to the convicted felon in the White House. And the president has given an unelected billionaire total access to the inner workings of every executive branch agency. And he is freely terminating government contracts and government officials. Now, whether you agree or not with whatever Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing, it is a breathtaking and unprecedented usurpation of government power. And instead of Congress actually using its oversight authority to provide a check and balance on this government takeover, the Republican majority is once again here talking about Hunter Biden's laptop, the Twitter files from many years ago, and now a new one, censorship in Europe. Now, when asked about what guardrails there may be on Elon Musk's infiltration of our federal government this past weekend, the chairman said, and I quote, "The guardrails are all you all in the press who are talking about it every day," end quote. The press? The press? What about Congress, Mr. Chairman? Our Constitution places responsibility for oversight and accountability on Congress, not the press. It is almost as if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wake up in the morning and think, how can I undermine my own power? Let's be very clear. Nobody has any idea what Elon Musk is doing, including the president, including my friend from Texas, who has no idea whether Elon Musk has found fraud or not. And I find it shocking that my Republican colleagues are willing to simply take Elon's word for it. Just yesterday, Mr. Musk admitted that at least some of what he says is incorrect. So even Elon Musk does not take his own word for it. Now, how about this committee investigate Elon Musk's rampant conflict of interest, Mr. Chairman? He has 6 companies that have at least $13 billion of government contracts. And here he is making decisions about what government contracts should be canceled. And I want to introduce, by unanimous consent, an article in the New York Times from yesterday that talks about the 32 ongoing investigations into Elon Musk and his companies. This article outlines how Trump and Musk have fired officials in 11 federal agencies that are leading investigations or enforcement matters or lawsuits pending against Elon Musk. Now, all the investigations have stalled. Lucky Mr. Musk. Can't
Without
be the
objection.
conflict of
Without
interest.
objection. So entered.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has received hundreds of complaints against Tesla. Last week, after Elon Musk gutted that agency that protects everyday Americans against corporate greed, Mr. Musk tweeted, CFPB, RIP. Now, these are clear conflicts of interest, and it is clearly within the jurisdiction of this committee to investigate, with our oversight power, the conflicts of interest. And you know what the White House's response is? Let the guy with the conflicts decide if he has conflicts. Just yesterday, Mr. Musk announced that he canceled 89 government contracts worth $881 million in the Department of Education. That's money Congress appropriated. We have the power of the purse. Maybe it's wasteful, maybe it's not, I have no idea, you have no idea, but it's a blatant violation of the law and the Constitution. And apparently my Republican colleagues are so weak and afraid of Donald Trump and Elon Musk that they're willing to undermine their own constitutional authority just to please them. You're giving away your own power in fealty to Donald Trump. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask that for our next hearing, we actually do some oversight and accountability of what this administration is doing right now, not what the Biden administration did years ago. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would just ask Mr. Schellenberger, if European law results in the censorship of Americans, is that something that the Judiciary Committee should be concerned about?
Yeah, absolutely. And you shared that information this morning on X, the post about the judicial ruling in Europe, which says that they do think they have the right to do that. And we keep seeing this similarly in Australia, where you see these authorities who think that they should be able to censor the entire global internet of disfavored information. So it's very disturbing, and like I said, it really makes you question our alliance with Europe.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent motion.
Gentleman's recognized.
I ask to introduce by unanimous consent a letter from 7 members of Congress, including myself, to Inspector General Michael Horowitz of the DOJ, asking him to investigate egregious conflicts of interest of Acting Deputy Attorney General Emile Beauvais and Acting United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Ed Martin.
You're asking to enter into a record a letter you sent to who?
To the Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz, one of the very few who was not fired.
Without objection. All right, that's fine. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the committees who have been here for a marathon hearing, there's been a lot of talk about how many of these we've had. This is my first one, and I have been very appreciative about what I've heard from the role that each of you all have played in uncovering what is a truly horrific episode of censorship I saw as a private citizen. Unfortunately, I was not here to help uncover and to fight back against the censorship over the last 3 to 5 years. But nonetheless, I am deeply grateful to this committee and to all of you for your past and continued efforts to protect the First Amendment. I must say that I'm somewhat astounded that there has not been one colleague on the other side of the aisle that has brought themselves to acknowledge, much less criticize, the very obvious and blatant efforts of the Biden administration to suppress information in a very, very problematic anti-First Amendment, and I would argue illegal way. And part of this has been admitted by those who were censored. It's been admitted by those who are in the private industry who were bullied into removing content. But I want to talk more about what's going on right now. Mr. Schellenberger, I want to start with you. You mentioned that you are still within the crosshairs of the censorship-industrial complex, and it's a wide variety of actors, agency, contractors, private companies, even universities and so forth. What is the end goal of this censorship that we're seeing, not just here in the United States, but also in places like Brazil where you're being investigated?
Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, thank you for asking that question. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to hear a lot of concerns about who gets to be in the limited space in the Defense Department. By the way, Huffington Post is a left-wing magazine that got in, and Rupa works for a centrist magazine that's in there. It's just not a censorship issue or changing the website. That's pretty ridiculous. I'm actually under criminal investigation in Brazil for expressing true facts on X. That's actually happening right now. Similarly, we see in Europe, very serious penalties for people that supposedly commit the act of misinformation. And then in Canada, there's actually life imprisonment as a potential punishment for
But what's the
misinformation.
end of these laws and these efforts? Is it total political power? Is it just the easy eradication of dissent? What is the goal?
Yeah, I mean, total information control is definitely the goal. They want to control the information and also shape how people understand it. That's why they talk about narrative control. And then the other part of it is they want to scare people. They just want people to be afraid to say things online.
So that they can remain in power, or, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see some of it just in the vanity of politicians demanding that posts about themselves be taken down, but obviously that's important for their political careers. And that's why in Brazil they've actually banned whole politicians from being online.
And in your estimation, we've obviously heard about information that has been taken down and forcefully removed, but the narrative control also, it brings to mind narratives that are written and pushed into the public sphere. And one thing that's of concern to me is whether it was the Russian collusion narrative, the Russian dossier, the Biden laptop scandal trying to discredit what seemed to be a very obvious, verified piece of evidence, questioning Biden's role in enriching himself, that was made out of bounds. Yep. Questions about the vaccine, we all are familiar with those, the vaccine's effectiveness, the effect of the vaccine. Looking at the news media, is there a part of this that I would submit to you, where the narrative is pushed into various outlets to further the censor's objectives?
Well, yeah, I mean, you see it right now, right? Everybody's saying constitutional crisis. If you just Google that, it's like all over, everybody repeats themselves in the mainstream news media. But look, I mean, we're in a new world now. We have more platforms that are open. I think it's much harder to get away with lying, as the New York Times did last night when it claimed that there was no evidence of fraud. Yep. For Musk. So I do think it's a new environment, but that's why you have to keep the government from putting pressure on these social media platforms so they can continue to let the conversation.
And just very briefly, is what's happening now with Elon Musk, who is highlighting the waste, fraud, and abuse of USAID and other expenditures, and what happened under the Biden-Harris administration with their censorship efforts, are those two aligned? Are they in any way synonymous with one another?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, in terms of things not changing, I mean, when we were here 2 years ago, Elon Musk was the big, the devil, because he was allowing free speech to proliferate on what was then Twitter, and you hear it today. I mean, we heard a lot of people get up today and talk about how they support free speech, but we have to stop all the racism and hate online. Well, that's a call for censorship. I mean, let's just be perfectly clear. If you're calling for censorship of hatred and racism or anti-Semitism online, you're calling for censorship, and that is completely anathema to the American tradition, to our Supreme Court rulings, to Brandenburg and its reinforcement in Skokie. So, look, we've had a lot of technological revolutions with different media sources. We had since 1776, 1789, we've had the telegraph, we've had radio, we've had television, now we have the internet. Somehow we've managed to keep our tradition of freedom of speech and the First Amendment alive despite those technological revolutions, after which every single time somebody was saying that, oh, everything has changed and we have to now amend or qualify the First Amendment.
And may I close with just one question to you, sir? How is AI going to make it easier or more difficult to apply censorship for political gain? Either or. Yeah.
AI would allow these companies to detect narratives and enforce all of these strictures with much greater speed than we saw in the Twitter files. And the process that they're going through with the DSA, which right now requires huge armies of people, or what they call trusted flaggers, to go through information personally, they can do that with AI with almost no investment at all. And that's the terrifying part.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record, maybe the first time I've ever entered into the record, a New York Times article, but this is from 2 years ago. EU law sets the stage for a clash over disinformation. I just want to read one paragraph into the record here, too. The law, the Digital Services Act, which Mr. Taibbi just referenced, is intended to force social media giants to adopt new policies and practice to address accusations that they routinely host and through their algorithms popularize corrosive content. If the measure is successful, as officials and experts hope, which has happened, its effects could extend far beyond Europe, changing company policies in the United States and elsewhere. That's where they get the leverage and pressure on the companies to censor Americans. In Europe, don't have it in Brazil, but Mr. Schellenberger has felt it firsthand in Brazil. That's why we're focused on this issue. The gentlelady, Ms. Crockett, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in case I go over, I just wanted to note that the previous speaker went over by a minute. We've heard we've heard a lot about the fact that Democrats have been talking about Elon Musk. And let me give you a news alert. We're not gonna stop talking about him. We're gonna keep talking about him until he is out of here. Now, if he wants to be elected or appointed and confirmed to something, then so be it. But as of right now, we have somebody that for whatever reason, I don't know if y'all just trying to play in our face because you think we're stupid, or if you literally just cannot see the difference in a George Soros and a Bill Gates. But let me give you a little bit of the difference. Number one, George Soros nor Bill Gates ever somehow decided to turn off the spigot of money that was going through to various organizations and agencies to the extent that it had actually been ordered by law that they should have access to it, to the extent that people are dying. There are people that have died as a result of this antic, and there are now farmers that are screaming that they may lose their family farms because we have over $500 million worth of food that is sitting and not going anywhere because of the attempt to shut down USAID. So let me tell you, that is the big difference between the two of them. And let me also tell you that a big difference between Democrats and Republicans is that we don't just say we believe in the Constitution, but we walk it like we talk it. What does that mean? That means that if we believe in the Constitution, we don't just pick out the Second Amendment and say that it is limitless, nor do we pick out the First Amendment and say that it is limitless. The thing about the Constitution is that it has always been a balancing test. There are limits to this. And right now, what we continue to hear from a certain side of the aisle is that there are no limits to this lawlessness. In fact, there are limits. And I can tell you that one of those limits typically is around hate crimes. You may or may not know that when it comes down to it, if somebody decides that they want to send something hateful in, say, the U.S. mail, they can actually go to prison for that, up to 5 years in prison. So yes, there are always going to be limits. So when we start to talk about Trump and him being pulled down on any platform, this just happened to be after he incited an insurrection. This just happened to be after, in a bipartisan way, this particular chamber decided that they were going to impeach him. So there was something a little different about what he did, because as we know, it led to people actually dying. But let's talk about who's doing the nefarious things with the tech giants. Because I don't think that one side of the aisle is promoting truth, but sometimes it may seem a little treasonous. All right, so we've got this article right here about this guy. Meta says it will end its fact-checking program on social media posts. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Then we have Washington Post says it will not endorse a candidate for president. We also know that actually they absolutely intended to endorse Kamala Harris. We have this one. Google Maps now show Gulf of America instead of Gulf of Mexico for app users in the United States, which is a complete farce because it's the Gulf of Mexico. It always has been. And we know that the AP got kicked out yesterday because they refused to buy into this lie, because that's all y'all really want to promote is lies. That's the big issue that we have. Elon Musk boosted false USAID conspiracy theories to shut down global aid. Now, while he was boosting those lies about USAID, and he was stopping money going for, say, things such as Head Start, somehow the only money that didn't stop was the money to him and his organization. Now, I don't know how you can have him be the watchdog as well as the guy that is literally living off of the government. If we want to talk about government welfare, it looks like Elon Musk, because it's my understanding that just on yesterday, a new contract was approved for approximately $300 million for Elon Musk. So listen, I just want y'all to be honest. You want to sit here, you want to lie, because so often we hear, well, you know, yeah, we did lie. In fact, he admitted that he lied when he was in the Oval Office yesterday. But if it's a lie that will get you into office, such as saying, I know nothing about Project 2025, yet on day one, you literally do everything that you can to implement it, including making sure that you put, say, one of the main architects of Project 2025 over the OMB, it's okay, so long as you get the power that you seek. The problem is that the game is going to be on the American people. And when I say the American people, I mean all of us. Unfortunately, I am also stuck in the twilight zone because of the lies that were allowed to be propagated. Just like when you're talking about vaccines and all this nonsense. Right now in my state of Texas, there is an outbreak of measles. And what they are finding is that because there's been so much disinformation about vaccines, that kids are sick right now with measles that they did not have to have if they just trusted doctors and experts instead of randoms online. So I will end by saying this, Mr. Chairman, because I know we believe in Jesus in this chamber. In John 8:32, it says, "The truth shall set you free." So maybe we should focus on a little bit of truth in this chamber. I'll yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the chairman for having this hearing. Might be the most important hearing we have this session. I think it's sad that we've had some of the members on the other side of the aisle talk about how this is a minor matter and we should spend more time talking about bird flu. But in any event, thank you for having the hearing. The public should again and again hear about the danger to the First Amendment that's going on, because I know when it comes to election season, they poll stuff, and they do insist, spend more time talking about the price of eggs than somebody trying to take away the First Amendment. But let's talk a little bit about some other countries so we see where we may be headed. Mr. Schoenberger, could you elaborate a little bit more about what's going on in Brazil and how it affects this country?
Sure. I mean, Brazil is, there's a lot of lessons that are important from Brazil. I mean, the first is that it makes you appreciate the First Amendment and that it was written in such an unqualified way. I mean, you may know Alexander Hamilton didn't think we needed a First Amendment because it was redundant. We did it anyway because people that created this country really believed in it. In Brazil, the Constitution does not provide that level of protection. There's too many qualifications. What you're hearing from this side of the aisle today is that, we got to qualify the First Amendment in all these ways. The Supreme Court has made it very clear what those qualifications are. So you've got a constitution that allows for the Supreme Court to engage in just ridiculous levels of censorship. They've now banned some politicians from every single social media platform. They've also sought to they've frozen people's bank accounts for things that they've done that would have been considered a First Amendment right in the United States. As you see, they've targeted foreigners like myself for publishing inconvenient information. So yeah, Brazil is a warning for us, I think, about what can go wrong if you stop believing in the essential importance of free speech.
By the way, commenting on the last questioner, is hateful speech free speech?
No, absolutely not. That was inaccurate. I mean, you can say hateful things, you can mail hateful things. I think what the congressperson was referring to is that it's illegal to threaten people, as it should be. Just like the line with Brandenburg and Skokie is the immediate incitement to violence. I agree with those Supreme Court rulings. You should not be allowed to physically threaten somebody, just like the Nazis, in Skokie, if they had said, okay, let's all go burn that house down, that would have been illegal, that form of speech. But it's pretty clear where the line is. I think most high school students, junior high school students could understand where the distinction is.
Well, they take that. It's not against the law to hate.
Of course, how could it be? It's everybody has hatred in their heart.
Okay. Ms. Subramanya, could you elaborate on what's going on in Canada? I think most of our lifetime, we think of Canada as almost being a cleaner version of the United States. So we can maybe learn some lessons as to what could happen here from what's happened in Canada.
Well, what's happening in Canada right now is that there's a political crisis, and that's the only reason why some of these very pernicious pieces of legislation are just, Parliament is suspended, so they've died as a result, but there's nothing to stop a next government, liberal government, from bringing them back to life. And what this suggests to me is it's indicative of...
Can you just give us examples of things that you can't do in Canada today that we would be shocked if it happened here?
Well, I mean, for example, I can give you the example of the truckers' protest in 2022, where peaceful protest was shut down by the Prime Minister, by the government, by invoking the Emergencies Act, and protesters were driven out of the city. They couldn't protest government overreach. And it was government overreach that ultimately got them out. And to make matters worse, many of these people had their bank accounts frozen. This Chinese social credit system had finally come to Canada, was finally in the West. And that's already happened. And since then, there have been a series of attempts to pass through legislation for, as I mentioned in my remarks, if you're praising fossil fuels, for example, a private member's bill suggested that people should go to prison for that. I mean, it's extraordinary.
We have to be on the ball here in future elections so that when politicians go down that route, they're done. You know, we'll find another Democrat, we'll find another Republican, somebody who goes down that path, it's just perceived to be beyond the pale.
No, I'll tell you why this is important. It goes back to that question from the congressman, you know, why are we having these hearings? And you need to have more of these hearings. There's a stunning statistic from 2023 from the Pew survey. 39% of Americans in 2018 supported restrictions on false information, what they think is false information or violent content online. That number has gone up to 55%. That's extraordinary. So these hearings are crucial to letting people know why it is vital to have, to protect free speech and to defend the First Amendment.
And to go over in general some of the things that were done by the last administration. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, the ranking member has a UC.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. 3 quick UC requests. One from the New Republic, February 16, 2024, entitled Twitter Files' Matt Taibbi says Elon Musk sent him unhinged messages. Number 2 from Just Security, February 6, 2025, connecting the dots, Donald Trump's tightening grip on press freedom. And finally, February 11, 2025, CNN, Musk touts DOGE transparency, but downplays his conflicts of interest.
Without objection, gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Chairman, some of our Democrat colleagues have said that this hearing is a waste of time, that this hearing is a dumb hearing. You know, Ronald Reagan said our freedoms are never more than one generation away from extinction. I cannot think of a more important topic for a hearing than this one right here to defend our First Amendment. Mr. Schellenberger, I was very glad to hear you mention that it used to be that the left and right were in agreement on the topic of free speech. I'm not quite old enough to remember, but in the 60s, 70s, the campus radicals called their movement the free speech movement. Boy, the radical left does not seem to believe in free speech today. And the free speech, the censorship that we've seen over the last few years, by and large, it's been censorship of true information. For all the words about, here from the Surgeon General, confronting health misinformation, and from also from the Surgeon General, a community toolkit for addressing health misinformation. What was this misinformation? The origin of the virus as a lab leak, the inefficacy of the vaccine, natural immunity, complications of the vaccine like myocarditis, but not limited to myocarditis, the extraordinarily low morbidity and mortality of young, healthy people, especially children, from the COVID vaccine, and therefore the lack of need to vaccinate those kids, and the lack of efficacy for masks. It was by and large true, but it was censored aggressively, and you know, the two of you, of course, exposed that in the Twitter files. In fact, you know, as Mark Zuckerberg told Joe Rogan what Elon Musk did with the Twitter files, Jim Jordan and the House Judiciary Committee did for the rest of our industry. Mr. Taibbi, you're an expert on the topic of censorship. A Democrat earlier asked you the question, is banning books censorship? And you said yes, and I, of course, would agree. Are you aware of the Trump administration trying to ban any books?
No, not particularly, no.
I think sometimes we have to make distinctions here. Would you consider, in your opinion, is keeping pornography and other sexually explicit material away from children, is that censorship?
It's a completely different section of the law as far as I understand.
Yeah, I would think so. And in your opinion, is a presidential administration cutting funding to rogue programs to promote transgender ideology when Congress never expressed that intent? Is that censorship?
No, I don't consider that censorship. Maybe controversial, but it's not
controversial indeed. But I don't view that as censorship. Again, we see that this idea of misinformation. Not only is it of censoring misinformation, not only is it contrary to the First Amendment, but my background is I am a medical doctor. In fact, the name of my specialty is allergy and clinical immunology. I'm an immunologist. So to me, and we learned in first year of medical school that the purpose of a vaccine is to mimic a natural infection without getting the patient sick or killing the patient, and therefore inducing the immune response. So natural immunity made sense to me. But Marty McCary testified about censorship during the COVID pandemic that over 200 studies have shown natural immunity is at least as effective as vaccinated immunity. And one of those 200 studies was his study, but big tech censored that as well as a lot of these other studies. That's why when I heard Dr. Fauci talk about the science, the whole point of science is that you don't label things misinformation, because science isn't a thing. Science isn't like the Bible or the Quran or the Talmud. The science is a process. You make observations, you design an experiment. Based on those observations, you test that hypothesis, and then you repeat the process. So to me, it's unscientific, it's against the First Amendment, and a violation of all of our core principles to censor. But thanks to you three for what you've done to defend the First Amendment and really defend the most essential of our rights. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say to all of you on the panel, thank you for your patience and your perseverance. I was speaking at a program one time, and a gentleman next to me looked at me and asked me if I was staying till the bitter end. I said, son, I am the bitter end. And I feel like I'm in that role today, Mr. Chairman.
You are.
But anyway, let me say this. On July 19th, 2021, following directives from the Biden White House to suppress so-called misinformation about vaccines, YouTube removed a video by Family Research Council's Tony Perkins that featured him interviewing Mary Holland, who was serving as the General Counsel of Children's Health Defense. Because the topic included the mention of the COVID-19 vaccination program, YouTube claimed that the news segment contained, quote, medical misinformation, end quote. However, the whole topic of the interview was the lawsuit that Holland was bringing against the Washington, D.C. City Council regarding parental consent. Initially, the appeals to restore the video were absolutely denied. And ultimately, the video was restored, but it was 3 days after FRC brought it to the attention of the press. I want to just pose the question to you, Mr. Taibbi. At least the Family Research Council had a platform to fight back against this censorship. During your investigative reporting for the Twitter files, were you seeing a lot of examples of just ordinary Americans being censored?
Mr. Congressman, yes, absolutely. And that's the big difference with the system and the old system, which was litigation-based, and you had a chance to present your case to a judge or a jury. You mentioned the Family Research Council, or Children's Defense, Health Defense. Amusingly, Joe Biden himself was censored because he talked so much about vaccines that Facebook's algorithm pushed him down accidentally, which triggered a response from the White House. But of course, they can do something about it. They could get on the phone and talk to Facebook and complain about it. The ordinary person just can't do that. They just wake up one morning and they find that they're off the internet. In some cases, the first cases that I looked at were basically mom and pop small media businesses. Like there was a site called Reverb Press that was a down the line Democratic site just woke up one morning, was gone. It was off the internet, and they have no recourse. And that's the problem with the system. There's just, for wealthy people, for famous people, they can maybe do something about it, but nobody else can.
So absent legislation like the First Amendment Accountability Act, what recourse is there for Americans?
You can try to find somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who maybe knows an executive. That's basically it.
That's basically it. Well, thank you. Well, Mr. Schellenberger, let me ask you, when Mr. Musk purchased Twitter, which is now X, he implemented the concept of community notes as an alternative to traditional fact-checking. On January 7th, 2025, Mark Zuckerberg announced that Meta would, among other policy changes, implement an X-inspired community notes model for its platform. I know you've expressed support for this policy change, and can you just take a few moments in the time I have left to explain why the community note system is preferable to traditional fact-checking methods in terms of facilitating free and open dialogue online?
I mean, community notes is in the spirit of the First Amendment, which is that truth is something that emerges through disagreement and dialogue, including through false information. We get at what the true information is. So community notes is consistent with that. It doesn't allow small groups of experts who think they're experts to decide what the truth is in advance and then apply it into the world. So look, you don't really need community notes. You can have somebody can reply to an X post and say this is wrong for these reasons, and it can go viral. But if you're going to have some kind of fact checking, community notes is obviously the superior model. And in fact, I think the studies that have been done show that it does tend to be a fairly reliable way to get to the truth.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. And again, thanks to all of you on the panel. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. We're almost there. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for some closing remarks, and then I'll close.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for a fascinating hearing, and all of our colleagues and the witnesses for hanging with us. I taught constitutional law and the First Amendment for 25 years, Mr. Chairman, and I used to tell my students that the First Amendment's like an apple, and everybody wants to take one bite out of the apple. Somebody doesn't like left-wing speech, take a bite. Somebody doesn't like right-wing speech, take a bite. Somebody doesn't like DEI speech, take a bite. Somebody doesn't like gender ideology speech, take a bite. And everybody takes just one bite out of the apple, and at the end of it, you know what's left? Nothing. The apple's gone. It's been gobbled away, which means that we've got a responsibility to defend free speech in its entirety. Now, the hearing we've had today has been fascinating in a lot of ways. I do think that it ran roughshod over some basic constitutional distinctions that we do talk about in the First Amendment, like whether we're in a public forum or a non-public forum, a limited public forum, a private space, and all of that somewhat got stampeded in the political theatrics at different points. But one thing that struck me was the fundamental agnosticism I hear from a lot of my colleagues about whether something called the truth even exists anymore. And we are the products of an Enlightenment constitution by people who really believed in the idea of facts and empirical investigation. In fact, our entire judicial system is based on that idea. When people go and testify in court, they swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And then we have whole standards of evidence that are organized around whether or not the case has been made. In criminal court, have you been able to prove the facts so intensely that it's beyond any reasonable doubt? Or in civil court, by a preponderance of the evidence. And so our judicial system is based on the idea that there is the truth. If you think about it, Mr. Chairman, our democratic system is based on the idea that there's the truth. I heard people today and in other contexts saying, well, no, we don't want to take down Russian disinformation on social media sites telling people to go and vote on Wednesday, November 9th, if the election is Tuesday, November 8th. That's a violation of free speech, as opposed to just a lie and a fraud perpetrated on the public. But think about it. We don't have democracy if we don't have a concept of truth and the facts, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump might not like it, but there is an election and somebody wins and somebody loses, and he couldn't handle the fact that he lost in 2020 for whatever reasons, financial, ideological, psychological, emotional, I don't know. He lost by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the election. And the vexed politics and the divided, polarized culture of our time all has to do with his inability to accept that, and then his inciting a violent mob to come and attack our police officers and wound them and hospitalize them and tear the country apart. But the reality is, at the end of every election, we decide the fact of who won and who lost. And the inability to accept facts and the idea that there are truths is a very dangerous thing for American democracy or any other democracy. And I'll just say finally, Mr. Chairman, there's an attack going on the media. I'm sorry that some of my colleagues didn't deal with the fact that, yes, President Trump has started to ban this media entity, to punish these various newspaper groups, to bring lawsuits for tens of millions of dollars on totally bogus, fraudulent defamation charges, and then forcing those media entities to settle with him as a form of financial and political tribute to the state. What is this? Castro's Cuba? North Korea? Come on. Could we get together on a bipartisan basis to reject that? Do we really have to be so stuck in our partisan encampments that we can't see that as a shakedown by the state against the people? So let's stand up for real, if we could, in this Congress, Mr. Chairman, for the freedom of speech, for the freedom of press, for the right to petition government for a redress of grievances, for the freedom of assembly, for the free exercise of a religion, and for no establishment of religion. Let's at least converge around that. And I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I would just say, first of all, thank you all for being here. Just in response briefly, I'm all for getting the facts and the truth. And the way you get there is robust debate. It's the First Amendment. There's a Ms. Crockett quoted scripture. There's a great scripture, I think it's in Proverbs. It says, the first to present his case seems right until another comes along and questions him. It's called the principle of cross-examination. That's basically the First Amendment. One person says one thing, another person says something else, and we can figure out the truth and the facts. If you're just getting one side, and again, from left or right in a political context, that's the problem. I'm for the full apple, to use your metaphor. What I know is, I don't know Mr. Aaron's background, but I know these three people, for defending the full apple, to use your metaphor again, they've been harassed for doing it. Mr. Taibbi had the IRS knock on his door, for goodness sake. He had a Democrat member of Congress threaten to refer him to the Justice Department for prosecution, for goodness sake. Mr. Schellenberger's a wanted man in Brazil for standing up for the truth, for the facts. In fact, I'm going to ask a question here. Ms. Subramanya, I know what you did during the trucker blockade. I know how you've testified. I know, my guess, I don't know specifically, my guess you've been harassed and targeted as well for your defense of the truth and the full apple, to stick with Mr. Raskin's.
Absolutely. A few months after I wrote my story for the Free Press on the truckers' protest, in June of 2022, I found myself in a study on a list of people, people where the author, a professor at a university in Calgary, which is a city in the province of Alberta, a federally funded study basically was accusing me of spreading Russian disinformation.
Yeah.
That's extraordinary. And I was featured on this list with Tulsi Gabbard and a bunch of other...
we know that whole spiel.
Yeah, and so when I saw my name on this list, I was absolutely horrified, because that is the chilling effect of...
So here are three individuals who value the First Amendment and the truth so much that they're willing to face the attacks that they've faced. Value the freedom of the press, freedom of speech, the rights we enjoy as Americans. So I want to thank you all for being here. You included, Mr. Aaron, but I especially want to thank you three.
Thank you.
Because it's been I know over the last several years, what you've had to endure and your willingness to come back again, and we're going to have you back again at some point, because I don't think 9 hearings is enough on the First Amendment. I think, as Mr. Grothman said, we should do this every single week, because if you lose the First Amendment, you lose the right to debate, everything else falls apart, just the way it works. And so, again, thank you all for being here today. The committee is adjourned.
Thank you.